You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Saturday night, 11 p.m., June 24th, 2023. I'm starting off today's stream with the air conditioner in the background. It sounds quite loud to me. You let me know how bad it is in the chat. Today we're playing Chapter 2 of Children of Wyrmwoods, an Escape Tales game. The game says it's made up of 3 chapters, but the 3rd chapter is like a very short epilogue. So we're about at the halfway point, I suspect. Yesterday, we played for 6.5 hours. We played and finished chapter 1. And I went on tilt a bit at the end there. At about the 5-hour mark, we had a puzzle, a spatial puzzle. It was really frustrating to me. And perhaps the lesson is that if you're playing a puzzle game and you get to the 5-hour mark, it might be time to call it a session and not try to get to the end. So maybe we'll be a little more cautious today if we find ourselves in a similar situation. And instead of being fun, the puzzle is frustrating, then we might want to think about cutting the session short. It's hard to know any given puzzle. I mean, I was very frustrated, but maybe if I was fresh, it wouldn't have bothered me. All right, anything else to talk about before we start? Tomorrow we'll have our normal 3 p.m. Sunday Dear Holmes session. We've got another letter. And so there's that. If these 6-hour sessions are too long for you, maybe the 1-hour Dear Holmes session is right. And then I think next week we may start on a old-fashioned 1930s crime dossier or so. Okay, Jonathan Warner says, plans have come up for tomorrow, so I won't be able to catch the whole stream. Okay, so that's fine. It is worth saying that the sort of system we've settled on for scheduling games for people is it's too hard to schedule the perfect game at the perfect time for all the right people. But what we've been doing is on the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel, there's a game queue thread where we've listed all the games I have that we could play. And the basic procedure we've had is if there's a game that you're really interested in playing, you can say, okay, I can't make these dates, or this is a game I really want to play, but I can't make these dates. And then I'll try to find dates that don't make it impossible for someone who really wants to join. Other than that, we just do our best. All right, shall we get started? What is everyone else up to before we do start? Anything else to talk about? We do have some serious... I see Nicola and Antina here. They are our #1 puzzle solvers. Frequently solving it before I even get a chance in, before I even get my hooks into the puzzle, it's already solved. So I've been lately having to do my best to not look at the chat and just focus on it. Little reminder that you should keep a pen and paper nearby to write down your thoughts about the game, highlights, parts you liked, parts you didn't, so that when we finish the game and talk about it, or if you're just playing asynchronously, you can add your thoughts about the game afterwards on the YouTube comments. Jonathan is reminding us that the final week of his book club, Reading the Red Right Hand, is coming up starting on Monday. It is a crazy book. I've really enjoyed it, but everyone is coming up with insane theories. And to me, I'm really curious to see what it is. I may have to reread the book to see if it makes sense after we finish it. John says, any dark fantasy movie recommendations? I'm not sure I can name any off the top of my head. Greg has a movie channel where he does top 10 lists of all sorts, and horror is his genre. So you might want to check out Greg's movie channel on YouTube. I mean, Jonathan, I know you have. There's a link to it on the About page. I'm sure there are some that I like. This isn't a dark fantasy movie, but we're recently talking about Frailty as a movie that's divided people that I love and Greg's wife Jill loves, but Greg is not so hot on. But I would recommend Frailty if you haven't seen it. It's not a dark fantasy movie, but it's a pretty cool movie. Okay, so let's read the last paragraph of chapter 1 where we left off to help get us into chapter 2. So I've got on my notes here that it was paragraph 133. And we've been keeping track of all the places we didn't go so that when we finish the game, we'll have a session and we'll look at all the things we missed. So paragraph 133 says, Mora, you suddenly hear yourself saying as the thought crosses your mind, that must have been her name. You open the door to the tower, but behind it you see not a building interior, but a village you've been trapped in. You slowly walk up to a group of villagers who greet you with smiles on their faces. It's clear to us you are not part of the cult, says one of the villagers. No cultist could have made it this far. Come and join us. We have much to discuss. You have no idea what to think of it all, but when somebody offers you food and drink, you join. So the lead up into this paragraph is we were locked in a cell by villagers in this new village we came to. And when we finally broke out, we had to get past these worm vines, which we're told makes you mad. And so we had a vision as we were escaping. And the vision was following a white-haired woman up to a beanstalk or something in the sky. And she went in and looked back at us with a smile. And then we had this vision, and her name was Mora in the vision. And now when we've come out of it, the villagers are there and saying, oh, okay, we locked you up by mistake. You're not a cultist. Come talk to us. Okay, then it tells us, the end of chapter 1, discard all the puzzle cards, all the rest cards we didn't use. The only thing we keep is our character and their abilities, or their modifiers, I guess is the proper name. So we keep Gilbert and his modifiers. And one of his modifiers is this woman who's quite fetching and blind with some dark eye makeup. And is that Mora? Is it a witch? It looks to me like a sorceress witch of some sort. But she's giving us 2 charisma, so who are we to complain? So that's the only thing we keep. And if we had objects, and the game seems to think we might have objects, we're allowed to keep them. But we don't have any objects, and maybe that's because we rushed through. Speaking of which, we have 4 action tokens left over that we haven't used. And maybe because we hurried through, because the game seemed to suggest to us that we should hurry through. And now I'm starting to think maybe we rushed through too quickly and we're missing some important items that we don't have. Do you want to read the paragraph that started us having that vision? Is there might be any clue that we might need? Let's take a look at it. So here's the path leading out of the prison, covered in worm vines, no way to avoid it, so you just push through it. Then you have a vision. We start to hear whispers. Quiet at first, they become louder, all speaking the same words. You are not like the others. You and she are like one. You will change everything. A dozen or more voices say in unison, fear no harm from us. We all need you. Just as the meaning of the words makes it through the haze in your mind, your vision sharpens and your gaze falls on a white-haired woman making her way towards a clearing. In the middle of the clearing, a tower shoots up to the sky. Just before reaching the tower door, the woman stops and looks back, her eyes locked on you. She winks at you and enters the tower. You quicken your pace to catch up to her, but find the door locked. You suddenly feel she is the key to all the mysteries of the Wyrmwoods. You must get to her. You must get in. And then we have that part 2. Okay, so it's a woman with white hair. We believe her name is Mora. she's into some tower at the top of some in the sky, and she said, "You're not like the others. You and she are like one." She might be talking about our girlfriend, possibly our sister, who we're told are children of Wyrmwood, meaning we were born on the same day that the vines were born, or vines, once a year the vines come, and we were born on that day, and we were to be sacrificed. So they may be talking about that, how that's why we're not different. That's why we're different, because we are these children born on this special day. And then this says we all need you. So I don't know what that's all about, but there's our chapter 1. So presumably we're done with chapter 1 and we can start chapter 2. Here's our map, by the way, a small version of our map before we get started. And just to remind you, that's our village where we were born and started out, and then we escaped because we realized they were going to try to sacrifice us. So we escaped into the old abandoned village, blew open the gate, exited out, ran into a hunter who took us in here, where we decoded this little talisman totem pole. And then he said, okay, thank you for it. Now he brought us to this village where we were captured. And now let free. So you're all caught up. Anything I haven't mentioned that we should talk about? Anyone else have any dark fantasy movie recommendations? What would be a dark fantasy movie? I don't even know. I'm not really a fantasy movie person. I like the political assassinations. All right, it feels like we're caught up. No one else has anything else to talk about. No one has any projects they've got to talk about. I mentioned before, did you mention our charisma party member? I did. I did mention that we've got this blind woman with us who's given us 2 charisma with her dark, what would you call that? Smoky, brooding makeup. I think she might be bad for us, but okay. And we got +3 stamina because we rested. That's what gave us the +3 stamina. I think it was resting. No. Resting gave us -1 sanity because we slept. Gave us more action tokens, but gave us a minus sanity because we slept in the abandoned village. +3 stamina we got from doing something right, solving some puzzle. Matt says, I don't think the woman is still with us. We just let her out. It doesn't say she left us, and it says we should keep it. It does explicitly say to keep all the modifiers. Let's make sure. It says, keep your character card and any modifier cards you have gained so far. And Tina says, I've heard good things about the Wolf House, but I haven't seen it. Matt says, we just keep the modifier cards for the points. I see what you're saying. You don't mean for the points. You're saying, I see. You're saying we have this +2 charisma, but thematically the woman has left. Well, you might be right, but I'm going to pretend she's coming along with us for the ride. But you absolutely could be right. Story-wise, she maybe went back to the village. I see. Yeah, okay, that's a good point. We definitely tried to show her. We tried to have her exit, clear up the vines so we wouldn't get damaged, and it just said no. Gilbert hasn't been very useful. All right, here we go. Let's start. Chapter 2. Okay, chapter 2 is starting with a big, long narrative. So, let's read it. Chapter 2. Children of the Wyrmwoods. The meal is humble but most satisfying after what happened recently. You had no idea how hungry you were, so at first you pay no attention to the surroundings. Only as your belly starts filling do you begin to observe the room more cautiously. You're in a large hall with dozens of other people, yet most of them sit in small groups, saying nothing as they empty their plates. Those that actually speak do it in nonsensical riddles or rhyme. The hall itself is a primitive wooden construct held together by crooked nails and pieces of bent metal. As you look around, a man sitting nearby notices your confused curiosity, and after finishing his food, comes over to sit opposite you. "Now that you're here," he says with a friendly smile, "I'm pretty sure you have many questions." "To be honest, I don't even know what to ask," you say after a moment. "We believe that people leaving the town were just going insane. I thought they fell victim to the worm vines, but I see some faces here that I recognize." "Well, where should I begin?" The man looks up and nods. The people here are, in fact, kind of insane. We have a hard time communicating with them, and their behavior is strange and unpredictable at times, yet they certainly have not fallen victim to anything. While it is true, if not for this village and a few of us, a few of the untouched, they'd probably die from hunger or cold in the forest. Still, as you can see for yourself, we managed to make ends meet, and everybody contributes to that. Even the people you thought to be insane." "So the worm vines are not demanding human sacrifice? The forest is not hungry for human flesh?" "Oh my," the man says, with a bit of concern in his voice. "You must have come close to the cult if you speak such nonsense. They believe human sacrifice to the forest can help the town, and history has shown time and time again that they're wrong." Seeing you open your mouth, the man quickly cuts you off. "That doesn't mean we have the answers you may be looking for. We don't know why the worm vines are here, and the truth is, well, it doesn't matter to us." "So you just live here, watching the rest of civilization collapse?" "Well, yes and no. The answer is yes, because the way things are in the town is not something we consider worth preserving. The answer is also no, because we are looking for a real way to help people." The man points to your pocket. "I know you have a very precise map of the nearest surroundings. It corresponds pretty well with what we know about the forest, so you must have noticed those strange towers. Perhaps you even spotted one of the smaller ones during your journey. They stay untouched by the worm vines. We don't know why, but we'd sure like to find out. The bravest of us have been trying for decades to uncover the secrets of those towers. Unfortunately, when most of them come back, they lose the ability to communicate with us. They definitely understand what we say, but they're unable to offer any coherent responses. That pretty much sums up the insanity you were expecting to find here." He goes silent for a moment. "Well, then there is also the legend of the woman who never came back." "Mora?" you ask immediately. "Oh, so you've heard of her?" the man asks incredulously. Aren't you full of surprises?" "Well, let's just say I stumbled upon her name." "Well, then you must know that she entered one of those towers and never came back. We all wonder what she found there and whether she was able to survive at all. That's why we keep trying. Let me ask you one thing in return. On the way from your cell, you walked through the worm vines, right?" He doesn't give you enough time to acknowledge before firing off another question. "Well, how come you didn't lose your mind?" "I don't know," you say with hesitation. "I think there's only one way you can find out, and I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about. You can stay in the village as long as you want, but I'm afraid the only job we'll have for you here is to venture into the forest. You nod silently as you begin to grasp and analyze what you've just heard. Perhaps the worm vines actually whispered to you. Perhaps that's why they left your mind intact. But the longer you think about it, the more you realize that you are stumbling in the dark. Read paragraph 236. Okay, so we've learned about Mora. She's a woman who left the town, went into a tower and never got out, and there's towers all over. We've seen one of the small ones, but I guess the big ones you can walk into. And we've got the people that were cast out of the village went half insane, but they're still reasonable people, and this village is helping them. And then he's saying, we didn't get affected by the worm vines the way everyone else does. And maybe that's because we're special, born on the same day that the worm vines come out. But that's all we know. We still don't know why the worm vines have come, why they haven't affected us the same way. They just give us visions. And where is Mora? And this guy wants us to go figure that out for him, figure out why we didn't get affected. And it sounds like our village is the cult. All right, 236 we start on. During the night, you barely slept at all. Your body demanded good rest, but your mind would not cooperate. Every time you fell into slumber, visions of worm vines taking over the city and strangling your beloved Sevilla would wake you up. Even though you had hoped for some physical and mental recovery, you know it will not be possible until she is safe with you. That's why, first thing in the morning, you quickly eat some breakfast before heading into the woods, despite being very tired. But where do you go? Prepare the new rest and focus decks. Give each player a player aid, which is useless. Take card 39. Remember, you can combine any card with Gilbert's card to find out what he thinks about it. Okay, so C39. So we're starting day 2 with paragraph 236. We're told to take C39, which is here. And we're told to prepare our new rest and focus decks. So we've got 4 focus cards. No, sorry, one of those is for chapter 3. 3 focus cards and 3 rest cards with a focus and rest, single focus and rest for the final chapter. That's just another good sign that the final epilogue is super short. Okay, and you remember how those work. When we need to do those when we run out of action tokens. All right, let's see what C39 is. On the map, there are 2 towers. Where do you want to go? To the western tower or to the northern tower? Okay, so what towers are they talking about? Well, they're talking about the western tower, that little tall thing. We noticed that as sort of a castle, but now we know that's a tower. So there's the western tower, and then up here is the northern tower. And we are using my Zoom Cube plugin to help us look at these things. Okay, well, clearly no reason to prefer one over the other, really. Certainly the northern one is closer by foot. The western one further away. But I don't see any reason to prefer one over the other. This one is near a volcano. This one is near a mountain range and some interesting trees. Any thoughts? West is closer to our original home, and this interesting structure here. So shall we go west? I think north sounds like might be volcano adventure. I'm less interested in volcano adventure than this little weird forest adventure. All right, west it is. So we're going to choose to go west, but we are going to make our note of things we want to check out. To check. Okay. Done with that. All right. Western is 213. You wander west, trying to keep on the right track to the tower. On your way, you rarely see any worm vines, which seems odd. You lose your way a few times, but eventually get out into the clearing with a huge tower in the center. It differs a bit from what you've seen in the vision. Looking around, you notice the worm vines are never getting out of the forest around here, as if some unseen force keeps them away. You take a deep breath and approach the closed door before you. When you examine the door, you notice a strange lock with multiple levers. How do you operate them? You grab one of the levers and discover that it can be pushed in. Is this what you need to do? Okay, discard C39, our choice. Take card 71. Okay, so it's giving us a little hint. Hold on a second. The game reminded us we could have asked Gilbert about this. I'm going to ask Gilbert about, I mean, we've obviously made our choice, but I think I need to see if Gilbert would have said something about this. 34 and 039. Let's just see if Gilbert has anything to say about this. How do I decide? Maybe I flip a coin. All right, Gilbert. I feel like Gilbert did lose his mind a little bit with these worm vines. Okay. Well, we were going here anyway. Okay, and then it says take card 71. All right, let's see. What does it say? The worm vines don't like the towers. We found a tower. It's not the same as the one in the vision, though we're not told how, so it's different. It's a door with a lock with levers that can get pushed in. Okay. A door with levers that can get pushed in. Okay, well, it's another one of these spatial puzzles. Now, do we have enough to solve it? Surely we do, because there's no way for us to get another one. Okay, so this is one of these puzzles where you can't move, you can't do it because it's blocked, right? Like one of these parking puzzles. So let's see, we could push this E in a little bit. After we do that, we could push the D in a little bit. After we do, let's see, so the E can go in right now. It's the only one that can go in now. C can't go in, it hits this. B can't go in, it hits this. Let me stop this from, whoops. Let me stop this from shifting. Okay, A can't go in. So nothing can move except for the E. So it has to be that the E goes first. Now, what are we trying to do here, though? What is it? We have to get all the levers in. That's what it is. Okay, so E can go in. I feel like this is one of these ones that's, without writing on it, it's going to be a little much to keep track of. Once the E goes in, the F could go in a little bit. The D can't go in because it hits this. This can't go in. This can't go in. This can't go in. Okay, so after we move the E, the only thing that can go in is the F. So next is F. Once the F goes in, then the G could go in. Could anything else go in? No, the F doesn't help anything but the G. Okay, so next comes the G. The G can go in. Once the G goes in, that lets the H go in, right? Because they're butting up there. So next is the H. All right, once the H goes in, it looks like it's just going counterclockwise. Once the H goes in, then the A can go in. Once the A goes in, here's where things change. Once the A goes in, then this B can't go in and C can't go in, but D can suddenly go in because it's no longer blocked by this one. So after the A, we get to the D. And once the D goes in, now we've got two things that can go in, though. The B, oh no, yeah, the B could go in, and the C could go. Is this B hooking the C? Is that what it is? Okay, I think it is. So it would have to be B first and then C. What do you guys think? So I have E, F, G, H, A, D, B, C. That's what I have gotten. And the key, this is a key little hook here. Okay, so this is exactly an example of how I think these puzzles should be done. It's logical. It could be very convoluted, but it's not. Once you figure out the idea, the game doesn't punish you by making you keep track of a million things. It's fairly nice and clean. All right, let's give it a try. All right, what puzzle is this? It's the circle with a dot right there. And let's see if our letters work. E, F, G, H, A, D, B, C. Check. Pushy. I don't like these little punny little comments here when you get it right. I would rather it describe here what happens, but okay. So we did that one. That was kind of fun. I guess I shouldn't get into the habit of discarding it before it says to discard it. It always tells you. Okay, read 224. And tracking turn on. You push all the buttons in the correct sequence and the door opens. As you walk through the doorway, the door shuts loudly behind you. Discard 71, read 211. Discard 71, read 211. This tower looks truly otherworldly, as if it came from a different reality. One of the floors is built from living flames. Many strange forces must be at play here, as the fire does not harm you. As you wander aimlessly, you hear someone getting out of a portal near the entrance. You rush there and see Mora looking around as if you are invisible. Another tower. That's good, she says to herself. This one actually seems full of power. It's definitely the elemental tower. A mage must have created everything here. That explains why it all looks so artificial. No gods here, just magic. So, on to work. Let's see if I can finally prove we're just an experiment. And just like that, she vanishes. You have no idea what to think, but it's about time you find out. You notice a piece of paper nailed to the door. The sketches and notes seem important. Without looking, take cards 11, 16, and C163. Place them face down to form a tower. Then reveal L11. Take card C87 and attach it to the location card for ease of use. Then take 180 if you don't have it yet. Take a number of action tokens equal to half your stamina rounded up. You may now explore all revealed towers using all the action tokens you have. Okay, a little complicated instruction here. But more interestingly is this whole thing. So first of all, Mora appears in a portal. She can't see us. She diagnoses this tower as the elemental tower. Okay, so let us make a little mark in our thing here. Let's mark this tower. I'm just going to label this an E for elemental tower. That's our elemental tower. Not the best E, but there you go. And she says that a mage created this place, she thinks. And she says, let me see if I can prove we're just an experiment. So it's like some magical mage is experimenting on us. And this whole tower thing has little Stephen King vibes. Is Mora from the Vision? She's definitely from the Vision. Whether it's the past or not, I don't know. No gods here, just magic. Okay, so there's some magic. A mage created it. And she's going to try to prove that we're an experiment. And we don't know where she went. Okay, and then we discover all this stuff. So let's follow these instructions here. We take location cards without looking at them. That's misleading, without looking at them. I think it means without turning them over to look at the backs. So we take 11 and 12. Sorry, let's see if I can do this right. Location cards 11 and 12. And we take game card 163. Whoa, that's interesting. Look at what 163 looks like. It's very different. Place them face down to form a tower. Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay. Let's do these in order. So what it's saying is that these are the locations and they stack up to form a tower. 2 location cards and a tower top. That's pretty cool, huh? Can we be sure I've ordered this correctly? Yes. There's the door at the bottom. A little seal in the center. Okay, come on. That's pretty cool. All right. Next up, it says, take card 180 if you don't have it. So was this an item we could have gotten earlier? There's 180. Okay, and then a number of action tokens equal to our stamina rounded up, and then we can explore all towers. Okay, so our stamina is 8, which is pretty good, so we get 4. I feel like we've done pretty well in terms of having actions. So there's our 4 new actions. Half our stamina rounded up. I guess if we even if we had lost 1 stamina, we'd still get the same number. Okay, so we've got 8 total action tokens. And we've drawn 180. And now we can explore all revealed towers. Okay, so there's the little note. And it also told us to reveal this card. So this turns over. Looks like, not sure why it was upside down. All right, so this is the bottom half of the tower. There's the fire level of this video game tower that doesn't actually burn us. All right, we're going to take a look in more detail at these in a second. Here's Gilbert walking in. Let's take a closer look at what we see here. Anything I forgot to do so far? Okay, the tower project says there's a magic tower, magically sealed door halfway through the tower. Might be susceptible to explosives, it says. Then it says portal system to communicate between towers. One portal may lead to more than one tower. Activate it as soon as possible. So are these her notes? Off to work, she says. You notice a piece of paper nailed to the door. The sketches and notes seem important. It doesn't say if they're hers, but they might be her notes. So there's a door halfway, magically sealed. You might be able to blow it up. And a portal which can communicate between the towers. And each tower has the same system, a door between the two halves. And at the, I guess this isn't saying at the top, it's just saying this entire thing is a magic tower. One portal may lead to more than one tower. Activate as soon as possible. And the game told us we can explore any tower we've revealed. So it almost sounds like that this is going to stay on the table. Like maybe we're going to be able to jump in this portal to another tower and still not move on from this. Like that's the first time that this has happened in this game. Normally we just do one location at a time. This sounds like this might still stay out. We were supposed to draw a grid card with paragraph numbers. Did we skip a step? Okay, let's see. I think you might be right here. It says, take card C87 and attach it. Okay. Yes, we didn't do that step. All right, any other step I didn't do? Reveal location L11. Attach C87, take card 180. $180 is this. Okay, so we could have come here somehow. I guess if we had gone the other direction, we would have gotten to another tower first. Okay, so 87 is this tower, like that. So this is this, this is this, this is this. So we can decide where of these 6 spaces to go. Okay, thank you for catching that. Let's catch up with the chat, make sure. Okay. All right, the light works. We are living in a world of my plugins here. My light alert system, my zoom cubes. All right. Let's take a closer look. So we have 8 tokens. We could go to all of these places. Let's take a look at what we've got here. So on the ground floor, we have a portal with some writing at the top. Maybe it's going to just be repeated instructions like we just heard about. It's how it's a communication system. Now, look at those things. Those look like the portal symbols that we saw at the bottom of our cellar when we started out the game, right? Weren't they arranged in that configuration? I'm not sure if it was exactly in that configuration, but those were also portals where we could see into rooms. So I wonder if those portals were into towers. Remember in this cellar, we saw the portals, the small circles in the wall that you could look into, but they seem to be looking into the outside worlds, but it sounds like similar to this portal system. And then we've got a chair we've got a little table. These look like cloaks hanging on the wall to me. That's what these look like to me, cloaks. Let's take a quick closer look. And there's a dog or something. What is that, a little creature? It looks like a little fox. Is that a dog or a fox? And then a giant fish mounted on the wall. Can we adopt this dog here? Is that what's happening? This is like a writing desk. There's stairs up the tower. That's a little doggy. Okay, let's look up here though. Second floor is a giant bowl with a snake guarding it. It's a wall of fire, but we're told the fire doesn't hurt us. And then there's a bird cage with some sort of circles at the bottom of it. I don't see any other patterns in the walls or anything. And then on the top floor of the lower half of the tower is this door that looks like maybe it's going into the locked area with some picture on the front. So you walk up the stairs to the third floor, you get into the cloud room, and you have to unlock this. And here's a deer, sort of a clip art deer, with a whole bunch of kites. Kites with different color patterns on them, floating in the sky. All right. So if it's going to be true that we can go, that this is going to stay on the table while we go to other places, it does seem like it would be smart to get as many towers as we can open on the table so that if we need an object from one to work in the other, right? So it does seem like we should go to the tower first and read what it says. One portal may lead to more than one other. All right, so what do you think? Shall we go and head right to the portal? Seems like everyone's agreed to go right to the portal. Our check page. All right, let's go to the portal. So the portal is 257. So I'm going to put this token here and bring us to, I'm going to put this over there. 257. We're in pretty good shape with our tokens, so we may be less miserly with them than we were before. You've heard stories. Let me move this stuff out of the way. So this is in the close-up camera. You've heard stories of magic lights which could work as doorways into different places. And it seems like this is one of those lights. You believe they were called portals. Judging by the descriptions above, it must indeed be such a doorway. How do you open it? Take card C52. Don't forget, we can ask Gilbert about this card if we wanted to. He hasn't been much help so far. 52. You know what would be kind of useful? If you guys let me know what default view you like. I mean, this is the view that we have to use most of the time when I'm reading something because it puts it on the screen for me to see. In fact, oh, I guess you can see how I see it. I just see it flipped. But like, if you guys would prefer me to go to this view most of the time when I'm not reading something, I could. Or if you'd prefer it, you know, on the front view, maybe you like looking at it this way better. I don't know. Let me know what view you prefer as a default when we're not reading text. Okay, so we went to the portal and we saw this. It's part of a puzzle, a sideways hourglass. It says, when the sun rises in the east, western Western seas movement is ceased. Humid wind softly blows over the land. Magic portal opens as planned. When the sun rises in the east, western seas movement is ceased. It does say seas, right? Yeah, when the sun rises in the east, western seas movement is ceased. Humid wind softly blows over the land. Magic portal opens as planned. A little bit of a riddle. Where does this is going to sound crazy, but when the sun normally rises in the east and sets in the west, or vice versa? Wait, hold on. Don't tell me. Yeah, it rises in the east normally, the sun, right? Yeah, rises in the east, sets in the west. Okay. So that would be in the morning, or normally. Rises in the east. The western seas movement is ceased. We don't have any seas on our map. Magic portal opens as planned. Okay. Well, let's go check how many pieces of this puzzle there is. The game says to us we should normally do. Sometimes we don't do it to make it purposely harder, but when it's confusing, we need to know. Okay, so let's go. Here's our puzzle. Okay, look at what the answer format is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then it's string, but that's the order. That's a huge clue. And needed cards are 2. Okay. So we don't have the other piece of the puzzle to solve this, so we don't even have to try to figure it out. But I guess it's kind of important. We know now that it wants to know what goes here. So it doesn't sound like maybe this, I'm not sure this is the key to our puzzle, or if it's just telling us to find all the portals. But if this is our map from our first... No, it's not. The map in the cellar was 4x3. This one is 3, 2, 1. All right. So we have to figure what goes in here. One symbol for each square. Not sure how the riddle helps us. Or not a riddle, whatever it is. All right, well, that's that. I do think it makes sense that we go here because we're told like a mage made this, and this looks like the mage's cloak that maybe we could use, and maybe we'll find more information here. And I want to adopt this little fox cub. So for sure, let's go here. In fact, it doesn't even seem we should be able to go here until we go to the stairs. So let's walk our way here. Also, this might be a time for us to cash in some of our tokens. I mean, let's use them to help us discover the other towers. All right, so now we're going to 251. This room looks surprisingly mundane, especially when compared to other chambers in this tower. You quickly sift through some clothes and search the desk, where you find a piece of paper with some strange symbols. Your presence finally catches the interest of a cat sitting nearby. It probably thinks you'll feed it as it decides to approach you. Where it was sitting, you find some discs with similar symbols similar to the ones from the piece of paper. Take card C78. Okay. So it's a cat that looks like a fox cub. And where he was sitting, there are discs with similar symbols. Okay, let's see what we've got here. All right, so there's the piece of paper we found, and there are the discs that the cat was sitting on. Like little coins, I guess. Okay, so look what it is, though. It's the second half of this puzzle. So here we go. We've got enough to solve the portal puzzle. Let's see what it seems like it's saying. I think we've got little constraints here. So here's our 6 different symbols that are going to get filled in. We know for each one how to call it. That's an A, that's a B, whatever. So those are our symbols. This is going to be filled in with A through F. And it looks like it's saying which ones can't connect to each other. Like the sun can't connect to the sun, can't be a neighbor of the moon. The element of dirt must be connected to the element of wind. The element of water can't be connected to the element of fire. And then this may be our additional constraint. When the sun rises in the east, the western sea's movement is ceased. So we've got, I guess this is going to be water for sea. And then humid wind blows over the land token. And it's humid, so that must mean it's probably near water. Okay. So we've got constraints explicit and then constraints riddled. Pretty cool. Let's see if we can't make some sense of this now. So I'm going to just draw our thing here. Got 1 on the top, then 2, and then 1, 2, 3. All right, let's just move these so we can work with them. All right, so I'm trying to think the best way to do this. Okay. When the sun rises in the east, so that kind of suggests to me that the sun might start out here so that it can rise in the east. If that's our east, if this is north, south, west, east. Okay, when the sun, okay, so if this is the sun, then we know the moon can't be here or here, but it could be in any of these then. The western sea's movement is ceased. That's not so clear to me. What does that mean? Does that mean it would normally move? I'm not sure what that means. The western seas, I guess if it's western, you might expect that it would have to be in one of these two. So let's just, for the hell of it, put the water over here, which I think is what the western sea is. Then humid wind softly blows over the land. So if it's humid, it must be near the water. So I'm going to say that the D, the wind is here, and then it's going to blow over the land. So I'm thinking this has to be where the land is, which is C. Okay. And now let me see if this is just a theoretical. Let me just see if these constraints now tell us the rest about this. So A can't be touching B. So that would mean the only place for B, if I'm right about the rest of that, would be here. And then the land and the wind are connected. Well, that's already happening here. E can't be touching F. Well, there's only other place for F would be here. So this is so here's a solution. Have I read too much into it? Have I just imagined that that's a solution? It seems very iffy. Any thoughts on that? If this is the answer, I think we're dealing with a very subtle, clever puzzle. The fact that it was so iffy. Nicholas says no. Nicholas says, I think we're missing a constraint. Why can't A be in the second row? So how did we get A? A was our sun. When the sun rises in the east, well, I was thinking the sun rises from the ground and is going to go all the way up to the sky and then come all the way down. So that the idea is that this is the far east ground level where the sun would come up out of the horizon and rise. I mean, what we'll do is we'll try it, surely. And then if it's not right, we'll try something else. Stacy says, let me just see here. Let me see what the chat says. We're missing constraint. Why can't A be in the second row? Stacy says when. It didn't get there yet. Fair enough, though I guess it could also be read as the sun rises, so it's higher than the ground. That's an interesting idea. Well, let's try this one. Let's try this solution, and if it works, we can talk about it. If it doesn't, we can back up. All right. So we're going to go to the split screen here. Okay. All right, so what does it say the order is? First, we go top to bottom, left to right. So B, D, F, E, C, A. B, D, F, E, C, A. And we think there's no punishment for getting puzzles wrong, so we're not going to worry about it if it's wrong. And notice it doesn't spell anything. All right, here we go. Check. Yep, that was it. Okay. Well, I find that puzzle very satisfying. It's the mixture of the explicit constraints, which we're sort of used to with these kinds of puzzles, with a very spatial, sort of fuzzy description of a physical scene, and somehow putting that into this small pyramid in a way that was both intuitive and very sort of, what's the right word? Sort of tendentious, like just barely held together. All right. Pretty enjoyable. If we had been wrong, though, I wouldn't have been too surprised. Okay, 248 it wants us to read. That was pretty enjoyable. I wonder if Gilbert would have come up with some clues if we had asked him about it. All right, 248. Let me see what we've got here. First of all, when people give me, I think my victories are getting smaller and more time between them. So whenever I do get a compliment, I like to look at it. Good work, Jesse, says Nicola. Okay, and Tina says, I think a big part of liking the puzzle is from the bias that you've solved it. Yes. Tenuous, maybe, yeah. What is tendentious? Can someone look up this word that I just used and make sure I used it correctly, or what was I thinking? 248. Then we're going to read, someone's going to look up tendentious, then we're going to read 248, and then we're going to take a break. Here we go. You position the elemental symbols correctly, and the portal lights up. Good work, Gilbert, someone says behind you. You spin around to face them, but there's nobody there. You're also sure that it didn't sound like Mora, as if having one voice in your mind wasn't enough. You're less and less surprised that people who come this far eventually go insane. Discard cards 52 and 78. Those are the puzzle we just solved. If you already discovered 2 towers, read 203. We haven't, so we're going to read 270. Hop says tendentious means promoting a controversial point of view. Okay, so I used that word completely wrong. Tenuous was the right word. All right. 270. I want to make sure I don't read the wrong thing here. Yes, 270. Okay, thank you for correcting me. Don't know why that got in my head, but tenuous was definitely the word that I wanted to use. The portal flashes brightly and shows you another room. You step in and find yourself in a different tower. It's full of surreal paintings and weird items. Read paragraph 274. Hop says, I didn't mean to criticize. Oh, I didn't take it as a criticism at all. We love words on this channel. Anytime you have a word gets used wrongly, please speak up. And if you've got a new word for something, love to hear it. Nothing wrong with that. You walk around the tower and try to take in your surroundings. Quickly, it becomes clear that you'll need to examine parts of the tower carefully. Nearby, you find Mora speaking to herself. Let me just... 248. I just want to make sure I'm not doing... 248 sent us to 270. And then 270 said the portal flashed and we see a new tower full of paintings, surreal paintings. Okay, and then 274. All right. Nearby, you find Mora speaking to herself. Well, that was easy enough. If these are the legendary trials, I hope the rest will go as smoothly. Well, what do we have here? Seems like the mage who lived here loved mind-boggling tricks. A mentalist, I presume. This would make this structure the Tower of the Mind. So to achieve all this, the mage created worm vines and infused them with madness. I sure hope that the stranger I've seen a few moments ago does not catch up to me again. Then she vanishes. Was the stranger she mentioned you? Or someone who was really trying to catch her? You hope that apart from the two of you, there's nobody else here. Looking behind, you see no one, but you do notice a paper with important instructions nailed to the door. All right, we don't know which tower this is. However, we know it's all surrounded by worm vines. Or not that it's surrounded, but the worm vines are what the mage infused madness in. Okay, let's read this. Without looking, take cards 11, 12, 13, and then, so we've got another tower. Wait. 12 we already used. 13 is new. But 12 we had on this tower. Did I take the wrong location last time, or do they all share? 12, 13. And card C14. It looks like we better check to make sure I didn't take the wrong... Place them face down. C114. L12, L13, So I just stole the mid thing of this other one. The first tower is L11 and L16. Okay, boy, it's a good thing we didn't go up into there. Okay, thank you. Wow, that's a little scary. Let me just make sure this one's right. 11. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, that's a little scary. I got out the wrong tower. I guess I just assumed it was going to be 11 and 12 for the tower and not splitting it up weird. Okay, let's continue reading here. So 12 and 13. And then card 14, that's the top of the tower. Reveal card 13, that's the ground floor. Take a number of action tokens equal to half your sanity rounded up again. So another 4. That's awesome. Okay. Take card 46 to attach as our map. Okay. That's our map. Turn this off. Okay, so there's our map. There's our 4 new action tokens, which we've now got a nice big hefty supply of action tokens for Gilbert. This one we reveal the ground floor, the surrealistic floors. I see another cat. Take card 180 if you don't have it yet. That's this card that we do have, the generic tower information card, which we could have Gilbert look at. You may now explore all revealed towers using all the action tokens you have. Okay, pretty cool. This is new from the Escape Tales system. Looks like the chat has something for me to talk about. Jesse, check. It's sanity, not stamina. You're absolutely right. Half of our sanity. Well, our sanity is 5. So half rounded up is 3. So we don't get one of these. Was the other one sanity too? Do I need to double check? Or was the other one right? Stamina. So the first one was stamina, but this is the Tower of the Mind, so it uses sanity. Okay, good catch. Boy, you guys are catching me making a lot of mistakes here. All right. So 5, half of 5 is 2.5, rounded up is 3. So instead of 4, we got 3. All right, and now we're allowed to explore all of it. Anything else I didn't do? No, that's it. All right, so we've got a new tower. Let's get everything organized here. Maybe we'll just move all this over a bit. So we can explore these in different order. We've got these to explore. We've got these 6 to explore. So right now we have 10 locations and 9 action tokens. Something to consider. They both use this same reminder, but we do want to open more towers, I guess. Are there more towers? There are only 2 towers that we know about, right? The north and the west. So that might be it. That might be all there is of the 2 towers. There are only 2 towers on our map that we know of, yes. But some could be overgrown. But as far as we know, there's only the north map, which is what this one is now. I guess we can, now that we know, we're fairly certain that this is the other map, other tower we could have gone to. The first one was the elemental. This is the one of the mind. So there's no other tower that we can see. However, it's worth noting that this tower is next to a little totem. This tower is next to a little totem. Is it possible that each of these other little totems is hiding a tower in the forest? Interesting idea, right? Or a ruin of a tower. There isn't enough location cards to have towers all over the place, though. Don't get too excited. All right, time for us to take a break. Very intriguing. I can't tell if this is sort of an Assassin's Creed, we're in a simulated world where someone's on a server creating a video game that we're in, or if it's really some dark magic stuff. And I don't really understand what our relationship is to Mora yet. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. It's 73 degrees in here. I feel like I'm living in luxury with the air conditioner on. I've actually just turned it off for a second because I'm getting a little cold. But it's wonderful. If it turns out that we can play with the air conditioner here, that's a game changer for me. I was actually thinking that it's silly that I haven't spent some time building from sources one of these noise reduction neural net algorithms and train it specifically on my voice and my air conditioner sound. And I think there is a way to do that. Sounds like you guys pretty much don't hear it, but I could probably make it even better if I spent a week or so getting up to speed on the technology, and I don't know why I wouldn't. All right, let's go back to the game. We've discovered new tower, which we think may be the only other tower here in the game. Now, one thing that's quite interesting to me, if this theory is correct, so let's look at this card again. But I had a thought about this. It's the Tower Project, portal system to communicate between towers. One portal may lead to more than one tower. Activate it as soon as possible. One portal may lead to more than one tower. That's interesting. But as a little bit of a meta-analysis, what I was thinking is, we know that in this game you can waste time by being inefficient and then you pay a penalty. And I was thinking, Should we infer that there's no point in us opening up this portal? Because we could have chosen clearly in the beginning. We could choose which portal to go to first. We went to the west one, which is this one. We could have gone to this one instead. And it seems like if we open up this portal, it'll send us here. It would have sent us here. So then I'm thinking, okay, well, if we took this portal and ended up here, if we waste our time solving this puzzle, is it just going to send us back here and totally unnecessary? But I think that's wrong, both because this card suggests to us that there's another alternative, but also the paragraph we read said explicitly, hey, if you've already got 2 towers on the board, it said if you already have 2 towers on the board, read this paragraph after you go through the tower. But if you don't, which is what we did. So I guess what I'm saying is now I think that that's not right. I think that the game is made so that if we open up this second portal, we're going to get something else. So I do think it seems like we should open up all the portals we can. Let's take a look here. Even though this giant cat is very appealing. Look at that. We've got this big giant cat. He's got a mouse as his little buddy. Or actually, that's the deer. That looks like the deer from the other tower. And lots of portraits on the wall. And it looks like some humans in a cage. That's creepy. Is this the mage? Is this the magician who's running this whole place? That is the deer, right? That is not a mouse. It is a deer, am I right? Yep, that's definitely the deer, and that's definitely a big giant cat. Quite different from this little cat over here. So that's upstairs. Looks like a man and a woman maybe in this cage. That's creepy. He's taking photographs of the prisoners? I don't know. That's weird. All right. And then what's happening in the second floor here? Looks like a psychedelic roller rink with maybe nodes and looks like maybe stars and stuff. Little chalice. This looks like the chalice from the second floor over here. So like the deer and the deer on the third floor, the chalice and the chalice on the second floor. What else is in here? I can't tell what else is in this display case. Then on the ground floor, we have, there's their painting of the bird again, or not the paint. This actually, it's interesting. This on the left tower, the west tower, it was an actual 3D fish mounted. Here we've got a painting of a fish. Painting of a bird. There's the snake from the second floor west tower. Oh, look, 3 towers, it looks like. Looks like a little diorama or something of 3 towers with circles above them. And then here we've got a little roulette wheel. Paintings of deer. Not sure what this is. Painting of a cow. Is this the painting of a bird and a snake, or just a bird sitting on a branch? Bird sitting on a branch. That is a deer, though. Some candles. All right, let me see what the chat is thinking. Nicholas says, I think we need to explore, use the portal later to go back to the other tower and explore it, but it's premature to go there now. John says, my read of the rules is we can now explore both towers. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, Jonathan says he wants to look at the 3 towers. So let's do that. As I said before, you guys should just shout out when there's someplace you want to go. That way I don't have to wait till I ask you or have a vote if it's good. Okay, but watch out for that snake, please. That's hanging out down there. All right, we're going to go there. That's P258. The art on the walls overwhelms you, especially considering you don't find it particularly beautiful. You focus on the miniature towers. It's weird, as you've heard of only 2 towers, and that's how many there were on the map. However, there are clearly 3 of these structures here. Still, you're more interested in the shapes above them. They look a bit like the machine you see nearby. It's surely connected. So I guess it's saying that the symbols here look like this. Can you guys hear Sarah meowing in the background? So if I opened the door and looked, she would be carrying her little bundle, her little toy, wanting to play, which she may bring in here at any minute. Sarah, there's a special door that handle on the bottom of the door that Sarah can use to come in and out. A special door, cat doorknob on the bottom. She's fully capable of coming in here on her own. Okay, so 258, take card 101. Nicholas says, it sounds like the cat came through the portal. Yes, that's the sound of the cat. Okay, 101, right? Take card 101. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Okay, let's take a look at that. So it's puzzle A, and there's our tower with these symbols, which match the symbols on our tower a little bit. There's this one. Wait, no. This is the symbols on the west tower that we were in. And this is the symbol in the current tower. So look. What's happening here? Is it off screen? So this triangles is this one. And this is this one. I don't know why it couldn't find the tracking. It's having a hard time seeing it. Don't know why. Tracking. Tracking. Okay. So actually, the tower we're missing is this one. This in the close-up camera feels like it could be clearer. Yeah, there we go. And it's telling us to plus these. Huh. So this, well, Perhaps it's crazy to try to spend too much time on this before we go check out that portal machine and see if we can understand how this relates to it. Nicola has an interesting question. What could be the theme of this tower? We better make damn sure that L16 was the right thing for us to be in, because feels like it would make more sense if these were our two main towers and this is the mystery one. But are we sure we did this right, that it's L16 that we should have gotten? Because that can make all the difference. Can I reconstruct it? L16, yes, okay, that was right. All right, well, 4 elements. L16 has the symbol of the 4 elements on the top. Does? Those are symbols of 4 elements? Are you telling me that those are the symbols of 4 elements that I have never seen before? Or are you just saying it's got 4 symbols, so it makes sense that it's earth, wind, air, and fire? Or are you telling me that those are known symbols of 4 elements? All right, well, this is clearly not something we can solve right away, although I wouldn't mind asking Gilbert for some ideas. Nicholas says, yes, those 4 symbols have been used for the elements, and I don't know it. Okay. And then this is somehow the symbol of the mind tower. I don't know why. Not sure why that would be the mind tower. All right, well, we could ask Gilbert about this, but I think we just put this off to the side for now and decide where to go next. It seems to me that we're already in on this puzzle. What's happening here with this triggering? It's not okay. All right, so it seems to me we might as well go to this now. Surely we're going to go to this while we're at it. I'm going to go over there. 252. The green light is surrounded by strangely marked circles. Each of those circles can be moved independently and positioned in such a way that its arrow points to a number. This must be one of those trials Morris spoke about. You don't fully trust the green light, but since you're here, it's time to show off your skills. Now, how should you position each of those circles? Take card C89. Okay, C89, and now we're at 252. All right, let's see what this is. Okay, there's the green portal light. And we've got a machine that lets us align it. What is it telling us? Did it say each of the, let's see, each of the circles can be moved independently and can be positioned in such a way that its arrow points to a number. I see. So there's its arrow. So we can turn the outer dial to have it point to a number. The gold dial, the 3 dials can be adjusted. All right. And then that definitely is part of that puzzle. And we've got shapes here. So this seems to suggest all the circles lined up. So note it's 1, 2, 3, 4. And here we've just got 1, 2, 3. We don't have the outer outside. And we've got a plus. So I'm just trying to think. If we wanted all of our circles, note that the grid isn't quite aligned right either, although this outer one does have an alignment. So if you assume that you can't change this outer thing, that you just change the circles, then the circle is here. So if we wanted to make all circles like this is, the circle is at 4. The outer ring, if you wanted to revolve the circle around here to here, would go 2 clicks. So the outer ring would go to the 3. If you wanted to, oh wait, there's circles in multiple places on the outer ring. Circle, circle, square, square. That's the mix. That's the combination. So the question is, when the outer ring is a circle here and a square here. All right, let's do that. That's what we've got here. So the circle is down at the bottom. Okay, the circle is down at the bottom. Let's move these so we can see everything and draw. Okay, circle's down at the bottom at the 4. All right, now looking at this thing, we want everything lined up with this circle. So everything's going to line up here. If we want that outer ring to hit the circle, it's either going to be this one that rotates 2 clicks, or this one that rotates 4 clicks. There's 2 circles here. If we rotate this one 2 clicks, then we get a square. This square goes bip, bip, and confirms with this one. So that's it. The first outer ring goes 2 clicks. 1, 2 to the number 3. So the outer ring is a 3. All right, now let's look at the inner ring. How do we bring this circle over? We can go 1 click, or we could go this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 clicks. If we go 1 click, do we have a square here? We go 1 click. We have a square here, but that's not quite, this one is not quite aligned straight. That's a little weird. So anyway, if we go 1 click here, we end up with a square here, which is not what we want. I think we want one here. So instead, for this inner gold one, we need to go 1 click counterclockwise. If we do that, then oh, that's confusing. Either way, we end up with a square here. That can't be right then. One click, 1 click. Oh, now I'm confused. It would seem to me, using my thinking, that we could either get a circle here by rotating this way or this way. But the problem is, oh, I see. If we go this, yeah, if we go this way, we end up with a square here. And if we go this way, we end up with a square here. But maybe that's here, and that's not what we want. We want one in the next quadrant. There's something weird happening here with this line. It's confusing me. Why is there a line here? That seems out off center. Maybe I have to rotate it this way. That's confusing me. Like if these are in the same orientation, then I shouldn't be looking in this quadrant. I should be doing it like this. There, let's try that. Let's see if that makes more sense. Okay, so let me cancel this 3 for a second. Let's back up and do the outer ring. So to get a circle on this outer ring, we can either do 2 clicks clockwise or 2 clicks counterclockwise. If we go 2 clicks clockwise, then we end up with a square where? Very far away. I guess it would go here and then here. That's, oh, that is what we want. Okay, so clockwise, which would mean that, sorry, it's hard to see. Where's that arrow on the outer rim? It's here. So 2 clicks clockwise brings the outer arrow to 3. So that's going to be our 3. Okay, now let's look at, let me put these closer together. Okay, now let's try again how we get the gold ring to a circle. So gold ring can go to a circle if we rotate it once clockwise. Let me just lock this in. Okay, once clockwise. If we do that, we end up with a square here, which is not what we want. And we end up with a square here, which is not what we want. But what if we go counterclockwise for the gold ring? If we go here, then we end up with a square here, which is not what we want. Neither of those are what we want. Feels like I'm doing it right, but we must be doing something. I'm going to check in the chat in a second. Let me just persist with this a bit. Let me try the middle one. So again, they're all the same thing where we could go we can go clockwise to line it up, which doesn't get us a square anywhere near it, or counterclockwise to line it up, which does get us a square where we want. So it seems like this one might be like this. Or I guess what I'm trying to say is to get this lined up. So if we make this inner one go counterclockwise, then we get a cell straight up there. Let's try that. It's awfully confusing if they're rotated, but okay. So that would mean this one goes counterclockwise, which would bring this arrow here to the 6. So my calculation is that that's inner ring is a 6. So let me just go back to this and see if it gets us the square here. I guess it does. If you rotate the gold ring clockwise, then you do get a square here, which is what we want. So the gold ring going clockwise goes to 2. So I get 3, 2, 6. If that logic is right. And that basically seems consistent to me. But now we could look at this and say, what, rather than make assumptions, what have we got? Well, the question is, what's happening here? Why is there an extra line here? And these are not aligned identically. Oh, I see. Wait a second. There is well, there's an hourglass shape here, an hourglass shape here, hourglass, anything. Oh, is that our line? Is this the extra line? No. Why is this line off center? That's really throwing me because it's not matched here. There's no off center line there. What would that mean? Why is that off center line? So weird. See what the chat thinks. And Tina gets a different answer. At the top, there are arrows that will point to a number. Yes, the left map is aligned differently from the right one. There's an extra diagonal line. Are the lines just trying to align to a spoke? There's clearly something that this thing is trying to tell us, but we don't know what. Let's note that this is an extra line. Like you can see, it's not just these circles or things. There is a line going through it. So are we being told that this should be on this line? That this line lines up with that? There's no way to do it physically on the card. But if that can't be, because at the end of this line is a square. Well, that can't be what that's trying to tell us. But what is that trying to tell us? So strange. So let's think about it logically for a second. These are clearly rotated differently. This has an axis going this way. This one has it more straight up. So it seems like we don't know how to orient these. This one has a circle here. That's the only reason that we can figure out what orientation this is, because the outer shapes don't move. This circle here. So the fact that there's an extra circle on the outer seems to suggest to us that this line is going this way, or equivalently, we could turn it like this to be aligned with these two symbols. That's why we know that the way these grids are going, the way these are going to be, ends up with three circles here. Those are our three circles. But then how do we know how to align this one? One option is that there's only one way to do it. Then we don't have to worry about it, but I'm not sure that that's true. The other possibility is that this line is somehow telling us. But how so? Clearly that little line is trying to tell us something. Nicholas says, I think it's easier to think about this starting from the inner circle. It has only one square and two circles. It forces the circle to be one step away from the square. That's an interesting observation. Let me see if I follow that. Inner thing has two circles and one square. So the square is either going to be to the clockwise direction of the circle or the counterclockwise direction for the inner thing. So so it's either that this sector is here. So the square is either to the counterclockwise of the circles or here. Is there a reason for us to prefer one versus the other? If it's here, then I think that's how I calculated it. Maybe there's only one way it can work. Let's assume that we've got square, square. Let me just draw it out here. So if we align by the circles, we've got circle, 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 circle. Let me just see if I can do this. Okay, so if we say that the squares, that this is rotated so that there's a square here, this is not going to work, is it? Then there would have to be a square here. And then, oh boy, this is just not, but this is no good. You're not going to be able to see this. I'm not going to be able to see this. Okay, but if I rotate this square to be here, it's just rotating it one. Oh, I thought that's what I calculated. That's a mess. All right, let's try again. A little more clearly, maybe. There's our center. There's our first ring, our second ring, our third ring. Okay. We're going to use this one as our model. So, got like that. Then we've got that way, that way. Okay, and then we've got, using that one as our model, we've got 3 circles and then our fixed circle here. Okay, so what we're saying is, where's my other? All right, so what we're saying is for the inner circle, it has to be either here or here, because the square is just one space away from the circle. If we put it here, then we're just rotating this into this grid. That would mean there would be another square here. And then this one would be here. 2 clicks away from those. I apologize for all this overcomplication. And then we're going to align this thing so that the circles are all this way on the 4. Okay, so let's try to make this work. I calculated that the outer ring is a 3, meaning this goes click, click, which brings this circle, click, click, to where we want it, and brings this square, click, click, up to this location. which is not what we want. If instead the outer circle goes click, click, then the square goes click, then the square goes click, click, which is where we want it. Okay, so in this case, we want the outer circle to go 2 counterclockwise, which is a 6. Outer circle goes 2 counterclockwise. It brings a circle to where we want it, and it brings a square to where we want it. Okay, inner circle now. If it goes 1 click this way, then we don't get a square where we want it. But if it goes 1 click this way, then the circle is where we want it and the square is we want it. So this is going 1 clockwise. That's a 2, 6, 2. And then the last grid could either go 1 click, which brings a square here, which is not what we want. But if it goes this way, it brings a square here, which is what we do want. So this one can go to the 6. So I get 6, 2, 6. Nicholas says the outer is 5, not 6. Let me see if that's right. If the outer goes 1 click, you're right. That would bring this over here. Outer has to go 2. Flip, flip. Then we've got a circle on the outer and a square going 2 spaces to where we want it. Okay, so you're right. Outer is 5. 5, 2, 6. Is that what we've got? 5, 2, 6 is what everyone got. What Antina and Nicola got 20 minutes ago. All right. Well, that's all right. My job is to bring everyone else up to speed. All right. So it looks like 5, 2, 6 now. Keep in mind, I didn't try the alternative. Our alternative was that the square rotates to align this way and everything moves 2 spaces, but we are guessing that we can't make that work. So we're just going to try this. I don't love this puzzle, but it's not bad. It makes some sense. I'm sort of curious what Gilbert would say if we showed him this. And before I put this answer in, am I right that no one has an answer for why this is like this? None of us have a logical reason why this line is here. Is that right? Let me show this to Gilbert, see what he says, even though we doesn't seem like we really need it. So Gilbert, take a look at this tower diagram and tell me if you notice anything about it. Wait, why are there 3 towers? There are supposed to be 2 of them. Gilbert, that does not help. All right, that doesn't help. All right, so we're doing the A puzzle. It wants the largest ring, then the medium, then the small. That's what we got. We've got 5, 2, 6. I'm going to hit enter. Yep, 267. Okay, so before we do that, let's see if the chat has got a theory for why that line is there. No explanation for the outer line. Okay, but that was smart it was smart, your logic of using the constraint of the innermost circle to give us only 2 choices. And we're going to assume that the other choice was impossible to make work. Okay. Here we go. 267. Okay, that was okay. I wish we had an explanation for that line, though. I suppose we could look at the hints. I suspect that there has to be some reasoning for it. 267. You rotate the circles and the light flashes, dazzling you. Discard cards 89 and 101. Those are the ones we solved the puzzle with. If you already discovered 2 towers, which we did, read 201. So I'm hoping this is going to bring us to a 3rd tower. Or something exciting. 201. Let me keep track so we can go back. It is interesting that we're opening all these portals without solving other stuff. It's a little nerve-wracking. The vision in the portal splits into 2 images of 2 different rooms. You step into one of those rooms only to find yourself in another tower, surrounded by many curious items. Read 234. So we're looking in this portal and it suddenly split up into multiple regions, and now we're in someplace mysterious. Here we go. Scattered around, you see many items that form the weirdest set you've ever seen. Some are very primitive and odd, some are pretty common, and some are so puzzling that you would not know how to use them. And what's with that deer? A moment later, you see Mora jumping out of the portal. Ah, yes, she says to herself, the 3rd long-lost tower really exists. So, the chronomancer was really involved in all of this. That's time. That's what was hypothesized. But why? A powerful elementalist could easily be the one to make all sorts of items, and a mentalist could be responsible for creating worm vines. But a chronomancer? One answer and so many new questions. I guess there's only one way to find out more. I need to get to the upper floors of the towers, and if the lower floors were connected, the upper ones must be as well. As Mora disappears, you try to grasp what she was talking about and where her knowledge might have come from. So she is telling us that the lower floors are connected, which we noticed that there were connections between the floors. Without looking at them, take location cards 5 and 8. So we do have a new tower. Look at that. 5 and 8. And then card 178. By the way, here's the size of the stack we haven't used yet. Feels like a lot of cards we haven't used. Wow, there's a 3rd tower for sure. Place them face down to form a tower. Reveal the bottom floor of the tower, just like before. Take card 115, use it as our map. Wow, this is suddenly becoming a challenging number of cards in front of us. Take a number of action tokens equal to your spirit. Okay. And now we can go to all towers. All right, well, there's our spirit. 2. All right. So 2 more tokens go in our supply. That wasn't very nice. Only 2. Okay. And now we can go, and this is the time one. Okay. 234 tower. Now, we don't know where on the map this tower is. Is that right? And then we're told to flip this one over. Wow, look at that. All right, Gilbert, you're going to have to sit aside so we have room for all this. Boy, this has suddenly opened up this game in a way where we've got so many choices now. All right, let's take a closer look here. It looks like we've gone down to Egyptian times on the third level with a sarcophagus, gold sarcophagus, some Aztec-looking stone faces, and a light coming out of this shining down. On the second floor, we have a Stone Age man who's built a fire and is living in a cave. And on the ground floor, we have a portal and a deer and some sort of table with a big globe on it that you could look at and a teddy bear. And is this another cat here lounging on a thing? Pretty intriguing. Jonathan says, is there any reason to think there could be a fourth tower that we could still gain actions from charisma? Interesting idea. I mean, I could peek at the location cards, but I'm not going to. I don't think there is any reason to believe there's a fourth tower. There are 3 towers on that diagram. I think there's only 3. We've got a total of 9 tokens to explore. A total of, we've got 9 tokens available, and we've got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 places. Plus all these places up here, I guess. So, Sarah, you want to come up? Come on. Come on. Okay. This is very intriguing to me. This idea that we've got like the Stone Age man, prehistoric man in his cave. We haven't left the first floor. There is definitely a cat there. Do we want to check out this portal? It feels like we've been to all the portals. I'm not sure if it's worth looking at that portal, although clearly it's the least intriguing portal. It doesn't really look like there's a puzzle connected to it the way the other portals did. John says, I'm hoping if we check out the portal, it will tell us we're done. Nicola wants to check out the portal. You guys don't think it's going to be a waste of a action to go to that portal? I feel like that's a wasted action. But there is the deer there, which seems to play a part in all of our scenes. Okay, you convinced me. We're going to go check out the portal. I guess we got 2 things. We've got a bunch of things in that square, right? We've got the last cat, we've got a portal, and we've got the deer. All right, so we're going to go there. That's 232. And I'm going to have to figure out some way to fit all this. I think maybe what we'll do is we'll move these down here. Try to line these all up a little bit better off to the side so that I still have room for my book. Okay. So we're going here, which is 232. Let's record it so we can backtrack if we have to. We'll take a break soon. 232. Here we go. You closely look at the portal, but it turns out you don't need to do anything to activate it as it's already working. You can use it to go back to any of the towers. You approach the cat lying on a piece of wood and find a scrap of paper in the corner. It's a note written by Mora. So I was right that the portal is already activated, nothing for us to solve. But we did get this paper written by Mora. Let's see what she has written. Find me after leaving the tower. I'm exactly between the two furthest totems in the indicated area. Note 1 of 3. So if you had to guess, you'd guess that she's left us a note in each tower here. And she calls those totems just like we do. All right, note 1 of 3. Clearly, we're not meant to make use of this yet. So let's just put it off to the side in our possessions. All right. Any preferences to where you want to go? So let me just make note of one thing. We've got upper floors for each of these towers. It looks like on the upper floor, sorry, what I mean is we've got these upper floors. It looks like the way to the upper floor of each tower is through the door on the 3rd floor down here. One thing we don't know is it possible to open this up and get up in here before solving stuff below? If so, then you might imagine you could go up here and then get some information here that would help you solve something here. And if you had to guess, we're told that these are sort of related. Here's fire. Here's the chalice. Here's fire. Here's deer. Deer's down here. It seemed to suggest the fours are all related on the one level. Okay, so the bottom one was the portals. This is the fire chalice. This is the dream. I'm not sure what these have to do with each other, these three. We could just look around a little bit. I am curious if we think we could get into the upstairs rooms without doing all of the bottom stuff first. I just don't know. Let's see what the chat thinks. We could go to the middle tower with the cat that has a door for upstairs. They all have doors for upstairs. All 3 towers have doors for upstairs. You're just saying you want to go to the cat? The upstairs cat? See what he has to say. There are people in there. If anyone could tell us, we could go visit those people. Although they're probably insane and probably have nothing to say. But that one also has a cat. Cat, you mean maybe the cats have the notes. That lower cat on the lower left didn't have a note for us though, did he? He was just sitting on plates. So it's not like the cats always have notes. I am intrigued by this for sure though. This is the one I'm most intrigued by for some reason. But I don't think we have a good reason to go one place over the other, so I'm happy to go to the cats. All right, let's go up here. We're going to go talk to that cat and his friend the deer. I'm a little nervous because he's keeping humans prisoner, so like we are playing with fire a little bit. Like, is this cat going to try to take us prisoner? But it's worth a try. He looks a little evil too. Like he's taken photos of all the people he's captured. Although he seems to have access to like a magazine that he's cutting them out of. All right, let's go visit that guy. 246, and then we'll probably take a break. All right, Kat, what do you have to say to us? It seems to you that the faces on the walls are laughing at you, as if the mythical creators of humankind were mocking the feeble efforts of their children. You heard Sevilla tell a tale of them once long ago. Sevilla. You turn your head away and try to think of something else when you notice knobs below those strange faces. Looks like they regulate the flow of emotions. Is it even possible to do this? Take card 137. Boy, that's weird. 137, huh? Just note, wait, 246. All right. Well, let's see. You can make someone happy. You can make them sad. You can make them angry. Surely we need more for this puzzle. Note that this is a lock on the upstairs room door. It's there, right? So this is the puzzle to get upstairs. So now, do you think that all of the pieces for this puzzle are going to be on this floor, in this tower? Should we go here now? It seems like we should go here now, right? Like clearly we're going to see what's up with these prisoners. And it's also faces, so probably part 2. Let's see what Jonathan says though. Maybe we should check the desk at the bottom of the tower next to the portal. I suspect the game always guides you to the time tower last, so it might give us general instructions or item. Since I don't think the game would let you get to the time tower till the other room at the bottom would never be used for a portal puzzle. Well, I'm not sure I understand completely what you're saying, but I can confirm this. We know that the way the rule book said, the way the paragraph book said is, we only got the time tower when we had opened already 2 other towers. That's what the instructions said. They said, after we opened the portal, either portal, it said, hey, if you've already got 2 portals, then you read this one, which opened the time portal. So no matter what, the chrono portal was coming out last. So Jonathan, I think, wants to go here. Is that right, Jonathan? You want to go here? I feel like thematically we're upstairs looking at these prisoners, that we should go there while we're there. So I'm going to override and say we'll go here, but I'll be happy to go somewhere else next. All right, 242. Actually, let's not go there. Let's take a break. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Give some thought to where you want to go. I'm playing this a little bit thematically. We're upstairs in that room. We're talking to this big giant cat, and there's like humans in a cage. I think we're going to walk over there and just take a little look. Ask those people what they're up to, but I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back playing Children of the Wyrmwoods from the Escape Tales series. Let's see, I was going to show you a picture of the cat before she moves. That's it. That's it. She's gone. Oh, you couldn't even see it. Okay, so we're back. You're watching Call for Two. Please consider giving this video a thumbs up if you want to see more videos like this. Or if you prefer to give videos thumbs down, maybe you want to scare people away or you don't like this content, just use your philosophy on this video. Jonathan says in the chat, we can talk to the cage people. I'm just saying, since the bottom room in the time tower never had a purpose for a portal puzzle, it seems more likely it would have something relevant in it. I see, not just an extra room. I see. Okay, that's an interesting question. All right, we will go down there. I did think of something during the break. Jonathan Warner asked early on in the stream, what are my favorite dark fantasy movies? And I didn't really have any, but I did search during the break for dark fantasy movies, and I found a couple listed on some lists that I'm fans of, and I'm going to mention those now. The first one is Mandy with Nicolas Cage, sort of over the top, horror-y. I don't know how exactly you would describe it, but sort of gory, horror-y, over the top, but pretty cool. And visually, aesthetically, pretty different and interesting. And then the other movie I saw on that list that I have very fond memories of is The Dark Crystal, which is puppets, but in a very cool world with these, I forget what they're called. They've got a memorable name that escapes me at the moment, but they're like skeechers or ski-lax or something. And it was a movie before its time, but it's really those are two movies with some real aesthetics, some real auteur director aesthetics in them. I definitely recommend you check out Mandy. All right, so going back to our game, we have visited the cats, and now we're going to visit these people in the cage with the camera. It's a little creepy what's going on here. And maybe we're going to get another piece of this puzzle, or maybe something else. So 242. You try to communicate with the people in the cage, but they speak a language you cannot understand. The only thing you manage to comprehend are the trails of tears on their faces and the fact that they are pointing to a strange device. Perhaps it can be of some use to you. You know what occurs to me now that I look at it? I'm going to take card 167. They're sad. They're crying. It sounds like maybe the dial can be adjusted to make them not so sad. But something just occurred to me looking at them. And before I turn this over, let's look over here. Is it possible that these are caveman and cavewoman from our scene down here? I mean, the guy's sitting without a shirt. She looks like she might be wearing a dress or something, so maybe not. And he's got a sort of green thing. In fact, what does he have on him around his shoulder? What is that blue thing on him? It's not, I don't think it's clothing. Maybe it is. But I was thinking, and he seems to be, he's actually holding, it looks like he's holding these things. Huh. So it looks to me like maybe everything is like these are all related. These are all related. So we may have to go to these places to solve this puzzle. Although, I don't know. All right, here we go. Let's take a look at this card. All right. Well, that's weird. It looks like a card maybe that we have to do some combining with because it doesn't have a puzzle symbol. It's just a camera. It's just a camera. Well, let's ask Gilbert to have a closer look at that camera. Maybe he can spot something unusual about it. All right, Gilbert. You haven't been of any help to us except for the one time when you gave us a huge hint. But let's see if this time you can spot anything in the camera. What is this? What do I do with this slot? Weird. Have I taken the wrong card? What slot? Is he talking about the slot where you put the photographic plate? $242. Pointing to a strange device. Perhaps it can be of some use. They're pointing to this, and we don't know what this is. So in this world, Gilbert doesn't know what a camera is. Is that because cameras don't exist in his world yet? Curious. They're said maybe it's not quite a camera, but I don't think it would combine with this. These are dials on the door. Doesn't seem like they would combine with that. Seems like we need something else to use this to me. Strange. Strange. Well, where would you like to go? Jonathan, you want to go down here? Let me make one case. So we've got 6 places we can go. I do want to make a case that this middle floor, you could imagine that you have to do these in order, 2nd floor, then 3rd floor. But the other thing is that this middle floor, we have 3 connected things that are related. Like these 3 feel like they're part of one thing. That is quite attractive to attack. The fact that we can see these related things seems like that would be the place to go. So why don't we go here to where Jonathan wants to go? And then I'd like to hit these 3 places as the most likely place to carve the chicken at its joint. All right, so we're going to go down here. We've got a teddy bear, a something locked in a globe. We've actually got a face that could be our angry face or something. So it could be related to that puzzle. A weird picture in the background that I don't understand. All right, so here we go. Ground floor, 221. Put Gilbert over here with his camera. Why are the ground floors of these towers always so cluttered? At least this time, the place is full of interesting items, especially the contents of one case. A pair of strange boots. You look down at your bare feet and decide that, well, no matter what, These boots will be yours. All right, so we want some boots. And we've got the opportunity to maybe get them. We have not had a single item that we've gotten to carry around in this game. I do want those boots. There's a gun above the door. Says and Tina as well. Okay, but for our purposes, there's boots. So it's a new puzzle. Boots. Oh, look at this. We've got like our future vision of a computer. So we're definitely dealing with time traveling weirdness in this game. And these look like some fancy future boots. So what have we got here? There's the cave from the second floor room. The computer, I'm not sure what room that's from. There's the hieroglyphic carving relief from the Egyptian room. Not sure what this is from. Could be from one of the upper floor rooms that we don't have access to yet. Ditto for this. Looks like a hook or something, but I haven't seen that anywhere. So it feels to me like we probably are nowhere near having enough pieces for this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so clearly we need a number for this, a number for this, a number for this, a number for this, a number for this. So we are definitely not ready for this. We could try for the hell of it, see what happens if you try to take a picture of it. But this one said it needed a slot. So I think the way you interact with this is you have to put something in the slot. So I don't think, we're not going to just randomly try things. There's no reason to think that should do anything, so we're not going to do it. But we are going to put these off to the side. All right, well, if we're not careful, we are going to find ourselves out of action. So let's be smart. And with that said, let's do, I think, my strategy of hitting this chalice, fire, and items that seem to be in with the chalice. All right, which of these places do you want to go first? I am most intrigued by this guy, so I'm going to go up and visit him. All right, he's 240. You approach the strange man with a great dose of caution. As you close in on him, the man gets up and starts screaming at you. What does he want to say? You decide it's still worth trying to talk to him. Take card 63. Okay. So it's a strange man. We're in the past. We don't know about cavemen. Whoa. Oh, shoot. What is this? We have to make a choice here? So it doesn't say. How did I get this card? 242, right? Oh, wait, no. We went directly to him. Big cards, C63, yeah. So it doesn't say we have to make a choice, but I believe our understanding of the game is we have to make a choice now. Do we all agree on that, that that's the thing? Or can we just put this out and read this when we want? We've been playing it that you have to make a choice now. Let's see. Puzzle cards, item cards, map cards. Hmm. The game talks about these cards, but it actually doesn't have an entry for these choice cards. It just says there are puzzle cards, there are item cards, which is what this one looks like it kind of is. It says we can combine them. That's, well, we may have to make a decision now. That's very strange. Okay, so we need to make a note of this because this is a very weird situation we found ourselves in, where we've got choice card 63. And the question is, do we have to answer this now? Must we make a choice now? There doesn't seem to be guidance on that from the game. And Tina says, I don't think we have to make a choice now. If it was a puzzle, we would have done it. We could have done it later. Nicholas said, we had a choice in the tutorial about the ring, but I don't remember if it said when you find such a card, you always have to make a choice immediately. The rule book doesn't seem to address it, and the paragraph certainly didn't address it. Let me see if I see anything about it. Choices. Well, I don't see anything on it. I think logically and my preference would be to just wait. So we're going to put this off to the side and not try to resolve it yet. We're just going to put this with our items. We can go talk to him when we want. Are we going to find a reason for picking one over the other? You can see, by the way, that now we know he is holding rocks, it looks like, for starting a fire, I guess. And this thing he's got on is a bit of clothing. And Tina points out that his mouth looks like an equal. So Wagga Baga equals Waka Tiki Tiki Bam. So you could try to do an algebra thing of adding up. You said this equals this. Maybe you add letters. I don't think that's going to work, just looking at it. If you sort of try to assign the numeric position in the alphabet to each letter, you're not going to get this equals this. I think this is not ready for us. The small people talked a language we didn't understand. Maybe it's the same language. So let's ask Gilbert about this, and then we'll move along. Gilbert's usually not very helpful when it comes to these things, but let's see. He can always surprise us. Let's see what he thinks of this guy. Agoo, abu, agoo. Okay, Gilbert. All right, doesn't matter. We're going to put this aside. We'll work on that later. Let's go back to our map. We only have 4 free actions left. Where would you like to go? Well, I guess my point was to do this. So I guess you got to stick with this. Yeah, let's go back. Let's continue this theory. It was still the soundest theory we have. Let's go to that one. 230. It's still the, unless someone can come up with another compelling reason, that is still our most compelling approach. So 230. The looks of this room make your head spin. Let's see what the chat wants. John says, the text from the prologue about choice card. Take card 156. This is a choice card. You need to make a choice and read the paragraph corresponding to your choice to learn the outcome. Still a little ambiguous. Yeah, it is. All right. Well, we're going to play this our way and make an executive decision that we don't have to solve that right away. Okay, this room makes your head spin. What makes it even worse is you hear ominous laughter, which turns into words. Faster, faster, challenger. This is not Mora, so who is it? You look around but cannot find the culprit. As you move around frantically, you bump into a shelf and mess up the rows of powder bags placed on it. I was supposed to not break anything, you reprimand yourself. So we messed up a shelf of powder bags. Now, what were we told about an explosion? We were told something might be susceptible to explosion. Yes, we were. We were told the doors might be susceptible to explosives. So I wonder if these powder bags would let us blow open a door. Take 157. Do you guys hear that thunder outside? Whoa, look at that. So it's a different puzzle than we've seen before. It's lettered bags, which each have on it a little transition of one circle color going to another. Now, right next to it on this, in the second floor, sure looks like that's the second piece. Is that how it's always going to be? It's always going to be things on the same floor? All right, so it seems to me that the logical thing is to go here and try to do this puzzle. Yeah, any objection to that? So we're going to go here, which is 266. Unless there's any objection. Seems clear that that's what that's about. You've not seen too many paintings in your life. All the ones you have seen, like those in Hell Yacht's basement, were weird. Perhaps all the paintings in the world are like that. For now, you decided to leave this one be. You'll probably have to come back to it later. Take card C128. That was a weird statement. Maybe we don't need another piece. Maybe that actually that puzzle might be alone all we need to know. No, this does look like it's related. So, nope, it's a different puzzle. So these are different puzzles. You know, I thought we need another puzzle for this, but now I'm thinking we don't. So this one says we'll have to come back to it. So surely we're not ready for that one. But actually, this one, maybe all we need to know is this. Like, we just need to make a sequence of these letters, right? I don't know why I didn't see that initially. So let's freeze it here. Let's see. We've got, where would we start? Any sign for what? First of all, we don't know that this can be solved alone. I guess I'll go and confirm that first. That's my intuition. So it's the window pane puzzle, this one. It wants 4 letters, 4 symbols. Let's see how many cards you need. Oh, you do need 2. All right. Well, I was wrong. I thought maybe we could just make a word with it. Okay, we're getting in danger now. We've found 3 different puzzle pieces. So we're in danger now of needing to get new things. 3 different puzzles. Is there any way to do this one on its own? No. This one explicitly said we're going to have to come back to it later. So that was a very heavy-handed hint. This one felt like a heavy-handed hint about these are different things we've never seen. This is the one that sounds like we could almost do it if we could figure out one other place to go for this. What about... So we've got colors of blue, yellow, black, red, green, purple, white. There are colors on these flags, but I don't see any black. Starting to feel like we're going to have to go upstairs to get help with some of these puzzles. We've only got 3 actions left. I'm afraid we're going to have to rest soon if we don't get lucky. All right, but let's go to the other chalice first, as Antina said. Yes, let's stick with our plan. The last chalice. See if maybe we can make a connection between symbols on cards that are related. So the last chalice is 271. As you approach the goblet, a huge flame burns as red as blood. You immediately start feeling hot, but you cannot tell if this is because the room itself, or because of the fire, or because of everything else that's been going on here. Perhaps it's not even that. Maybe you feel weird because it seems to you that you've already seen a goblet just like this one. It is seeming to suggest that these are related, so that's a positive sign. 169. What the heck is going on here? It's not a puzzle card. And to solve this puzzle, we're told you need another second piece of this puzzle. It does sound like it wants us to throw something in here, though. Like these powder things, but do we have to solve them first? Surely we can't take this thing and put it in here. Should we have Gilbert look at this? He's never helpful to us. We only have one more free action. I did notice one thing at the top of this door. Let me take another look at this. What is that? It's almost like a chalice at the top of that door. Maybe not easy to move this. Let me just move this here for a second. Take a look at it. Is that the chalice at the top of that door? That kind of looks like the chalice at the top of that door. It's this room. I think that's the chalice at the top of that door. And I think we're going to use it to blow down that door. But surely not yet. So Jonathan was saying, Nicola was saying, I mean, since I've made the connection between this and this, it's appealing to go up here. And Nicola was saying the air element has similar colors, although I don't see the black color. That's what worries me. But it is a bunch of colors connected. All right, so where you want to start here? This is probably most likely, right? This one is going to be our puzzle, hopefully the puzzle piece that goes with these guys. So shall we go here and hope to get a puzzle piece related to these? It's circles though, that troubles me. All right, well, we're clearly going to have to take another. Nicholas says, if we can combine the chalice with the door and open it, we might get extra moves. Do you really think we're going to be able to do this now? Even if the kites let us solve it. Okay, well, it sounds like we have a decision to make. We're going to have a vote here. We're going to go to one of these two rooms. We have one free action left. The question is, do you want to go here and see if we can use the chalice right away on this door? Or do you think we have to go, or we should go here first to solve this puzzle? Remember, these are powder bags. It feels to me like the order is going to be, go here, solve this, get a bag of powder, combine it with this and this. Like, I kind of feel like we need the powder bags to make explosive to do this. And that if we try to go here just on its own, it's not going to work until we get the powder bags. Let's see, it doesn't sound like I'm convincing anyone. 2 people voting for door. I mean, I did spot the chalice. You'd think I'd want to go there, but I just don't feel like it's ready yet. I feel like it's going to be powder combined with fire chalice. Lets us blow open the door. And to get the powder bag, we need to do this first. However, having said that, so, and Tina says, if we go to the door and it works, maybe we have extra moves. If not, we'll go later. I guess what should be said is that if I'm right and we need to go here and then here, there's no harm in going here first, right? Because if I'm right and we have to go here first, we'll still run out of actions and need to get an extra action. Whereas your approach is the only way where we could conceivably get some more actions, although I don't think we're going to. But here we won't, right? If we solve the puzzle, we won't, probably. All right. 3 votes for the door. We're going to the door. Okay. This was here. Okay, so we're going to the door with our very last free action. That is scary. All right, let me put this back. Let me put these off the side. We've got a lot of cards built up now. 227. What? 227. Don't hope you didn't read that. This must be the floor of the air element, you say to yourself, as some force lifts you up from the ground. A door stands before you, leading to the upper floors. The door is closed, however, but you're certain that this drawing is not placed here by accident. You saw a similar goblet on another floor, but its flame burned with a different color. Perhaps you should change that one to blue. Take card 9. So there you have it. I was right to spot a little goblet on the top of that door. It is the goblet, but we can't go through it until we turn the red to blue. But look what it is. It's the window pane puzzle, which is, in fact, this puzzle. So it turns out the kites weren't the right place to go. We didn't even consider that. But our general heuristics paid off. So, red to blue, huh? Which bag is it? Should be a couple, right? We can't just go red to blue. We have to go red to something to blue. 3 letters. Maybe they spell out something. So we're going to start with a red. So where's our starting reds? There we go. G turns to white. Then we don't want that again. We want a white going somewhere. What the hell? G goes to white. Where's another white? White goes to red again? G-O. That can't be right. What's happening here? Where's our... Oh, here we go. Red goes to black. Black goes to purple. Now we want a purple to blue. Maybe this wasn't 3-letter. Maybe it was 4-letter. Red goes to black. Black goes to purple. Or, oh, here. Black goes to green. Green goes to blue. I think it was a 3-letter thing. So I think that's our 3 letters right there. So red goes to black is a J. Black goes to green is an E. And then green goes to blue is a K. J-E-K. Let's check and make sure it wants 3 letters. And if so, that looks like it. J is black to... Oh, did I read that wrong? J is black to red. Oh, you're right. Okay, so it's not J. Well, what was... Oh, F. F-E-K. So it's F-E-K. F is red to black. Then E is black to green. And then K is green to blue. So it's F-E-K. F-E-K. All right. Let's make sure it's a 4-letter thing. I mean, surely that's it. All right, that's pretty exciting that we managed on our last action to... Wait, it's a 4? It's a 4. It's a 4, then that's weird. So did I do something wrong, or do we just have to force it to be a longer transition? F is red to black. Okay. So are we trying to force it to be multiple steps? Force it to be 4 steps? Why would we want to force it to be 4 steps? If we go F, red to black, and then maybe we have to spell out something. Red to black. F, B, black to purple. Then D is purple to green. And then K is green to blue. F, B, D, K. That's what everyone gets. Everyone has come up with the same thing. But it's bizarre that we're having to force it to 4. Surely this is the right idea. I wouldn't be... Is it a bug in the puzzle? I wonder if we might, if there are other solutions. It can't go red to white, but if you go red to black, then black to green, green to purple, black to yellow, red to black, black to yellow, yellow to green. That would be another 3. So there's lots of ways to do it with 3. This is weird. FCA. Yes, that's what I was just going to point out. FCA. All right. So we found multiple 3-letter solutions. We've only found one 4-letter solution. The game told us we have to find a 4-letter solution, so we're going to try it. But if it doesn't work, then something... If it does work, we're going to have a complaint about the puzzle logic. If it doesn't work, we'll have to go back to the drawing board. So, but we all agree F, B, D, K is our 4-letter solution we found. F, B, D, K. All right, let's try this. Colorful. All right, so that was it. So that's a bit of a complaint. Like, it's weird. Why on earth are you being forced to use a 4-powder combo when you should be able to use a 3-letter, 3-bag combo? Okay, 265. Any theories on that weirdness? You mix the powders and it seems you end up with the one that will allow you to change the color of the flame. Will it be enough to open the door? So discard the cards that were part of that puzzle. Nicholas says, I guess 4 powder bags are more powerful than just 3. Okay, maybe so, maybe so. Discard those cards and take card 123. Okay. Will it be enough to open the door? Let's find out. Wait, what? That can't be right. Did I read the wrong thing? $265. Take card 123. You mix the powder. Oh, we haven't done it yet. We've just mixed the powders. I see. We've just mixed the powders. All right. So now, but did it just tell me to throw away the goblet card? No, it didn't. Okay. So now we can do this. Sorry. Okay. So we've combined them. That's pretty cool. Is this the first time we've successfully combined cards? Maybe not, but it's one of the few times we've actually done it, but that's okay. Not complaining. Here we go. We're going to tell Gilbert to combine 123. Put the powder in the goblet. Read paragraph 205. Okay. All right, this is exciting. Here we go. Nice big paragraph. You pour the powder into the goblet, and the flame's color changes from red to blue. You hear the door to the next floor opening. The temperature drops rapidly, and you start to shiver. As you wander the new floors, you hear an unfamiliar male voice in your head. Congratulations, you've come further than most. I am the creator of this tower. What you hear is but a message embedded in its core. You must know that in the end you will be granted a magnificent power that could change everything you know. However, you must carefully choose its aspect, as a single mortal can control no more than one such ability. Each tower must seem tempting, but you can reach the top of only one of them. Choose wisely. So only one of these towers are we going to be able to get to the top of. Wow, that's interesting. Okay. Discard cards 123 and 169. That's the goblet that we turned its color to. Okay. Now take card 187. Okay. Last card in the deck. Remember, there's still flame in the goblet, but it just told us to throw out the goblet card. So it told us throw out this card, but then it says, oh, take 187. Is this the goblet? Ah, I see. It's the goblet that's turned blue we now have. Interesting. Remember, there's still flame in the goblet. Reveal location card 16 and card 163, the top of the tower. Take card 74 and attach it to the location for ease of use. Take a number of action tokens equal to half your stamina. Wow, you guys figured it out that we got more action tokens in the nick of time. We have 0. And now we got half of our stamina, our highest stat. So we just got 4 more. Pretty cool. Surely we're going to have to rest or focus again, but it was pretty cool. At the last moment, we figured out a way to get ourselves more. Pretty cool. Okay, so it's going to have us reveal these cards and then take 74. Let's get all our cards ready here. 74, which is going to be our map to the upper tower. Take our actions. To find out what Gilbert thinks about the door leading to the attic, combine his card with the upper map 4 card. Wow, okay, we never even thought about doing that. All right, so I'm gonna actually let's record on this, and then let's take another look at this. 205 unlock elemental tower. Okay, this was serious, this part though. He says, "Congratulations, I'm the creator of this tower. You're gonna get a magnificent power." This sounds like it's talking about one of the endings of the game. So we're gonna have to choose. It's not clear whether it's choose, but it does seem like choose. We're gonna have to choose the aspect of the tower. Do we want elements, time, or mind? Those are the 3 aspects of the 3 towers. And it says you can control no more than one, and each tower must seem tempting, but you can reach the top of only one of them. Choose wisely. Okay, so here's the part I want some thought on. Is it saying that we are only going to have the ability to get to the top of any one of the 3 towers, and we're going to choose which one we want to get to the top of? It's clear we can't get to the top of all 3 towers. But is it saying that there is one of the towers has been pre-selected, pre-designed by the game to be the only one we can get to the top of? No. It's basically saying that we're going to make choices, and those choices are going to determine which of the 3 towers we get to the top of, and sort of end the game there with its special skill. And there's no right answer. I believe that's what it's saying. What do you guys think? So that's how I'm reading it. I'm reading it that the end of this chapter is going to have us at the top of one of the towers of our choice, depending on where we go. I mean, we could end up with the choice forced on us if we make certain things. But even in the best of circumstances, we'll get to choose which one. And Tina says, what's most likely to save the village? Obviously, I mean, we don't have to decide any of this now. Jonathan Warner says, I'm heading out. Good luck, puzzle team. Mind power is probably the most logical for dealing with the worm vines, but I'm pretty tempted by the time powers. Maybe we'll find more Mora notes in her opinion. We could stop here. We could end the session, Jonathan, if you want to join us tomorrow, but you were saying you can't make tomorrow either. All right, I guess we will continue. Everyone else wants to continue and keep going? This is maybe the best use of the votes. All right, let's have a vote. Vote for whether you want to stop here or continue. Vote stop, vote continue. Jonathan says, feel free to continue. But let's see what the rest of the audience wants. We've got N, Tina, and Nicola who are mainly here in the channel helping out along with Jonathan, so we're continuing. Okay, Jonathan, good to see you. Have fun wherever you're going. You'll tell us about it. We are proceeding up the tower. All right, well, we don't have to make a decision yet, but we'll think about it. So, we're turning over 16 and the top. Okay, so we're turning over this card. Over here. And we're turning over this card. And this is our map of this card. So why don't we still have the blue chalice. Okay. Why don't we move this tower over here? I'm going to move this tower we've just broken into over here. So it's a little bit closer. Hopefully, well, I guess if these tokens get moved around, we'll remember. Then this is over here like this. I guess we can move this down somehow. Like that. Okay. Let's read what this says. To open the door, your current stamina must be at least 10. When you have enough stamina, combine Gilbert with this card to enter. It will trigger the end of Chapter 2. All your stats will influence the epilogue. Okay, so we're only going to be able to get to the top of one of these. This is the stat that we're particularly high on. 5 plus 3, we're almost there, but we don't know how to get more stamina. But we did bump up our charisma to 4, but there are only 3 towers, so we don't know what the other towers want, although probably sanity is going to be for the mind tower. And then the time tower might be spirit or something else. If we weren't sure that we would be able to get to the top of any of them, or I suppose you could just ask if we're trying to get up there healthy without taking too much rest and focus, then this would be the natural tower to go to, because we've already gotten up into the top and we're already at high stamina. But maybe the game knows that, and this is the least good ending. If we rest, we might get stamina. I'm trying to remember where we got stamina before. I believe we didn't get it from resting. I believe we lost sanity from resting. Yeah, actually, we can look at it. Look at this. So when we did our first rest, we got -1 sanity. And that's it. That's all we've done. We've not focused. I thought we did focus. Oh, but it threw it away. Maybe if you focus, you get more stamina, but probably not. Probably if you focus, no, if you focus, you tire out. So if we focus, we'll lose stamina. So remember that. Well, that's intriguing. All right. Let's take a look at what we got. So now we know how to get up there. It's already open. The moment we get more than 10 stamina, we can go right up into here. Although it says all your stats will influence the epilogue. All right, let's take a look down here. So we've got a person holding a globe, and here, cases of globes, with some weird things down at the bottom that I don't understand. And this looks like a star chart, maybe, like a 3-dimensional star charts may be related to this puzzle, since that also looks like a star chart. What do we have here? A shipwreck with buoys, and here's a fountain. So it's a waterfall with a shipwreck and stairs going up, and then a fountain with lots of buoys in the water. Great art. And then down here, we've got an igloo with worm vines and some ice boxes. We've only got 4 actions. We are probably going to have to rest our focus at some point soon. And let me remind you the other puzzles we've got here. So we've got the caveman who wants to talk to us. We've got a camera that's got a slot in it. We've got a star chart. We could ask Gilbert about it. We've got this thing. Where did we find this? Down in the boots on the ground floor of a different tower. And then we've got the blue goblet. Oh, and the one with the emotions too. Thank you for reminding me. The dial with the emotions. So let's separate our puzzles from our items. So we've got 3 puzzle cards. 3 puzzle cards and 3 item cards. We haven't bothered to check out how many pieces go with each of these. I think we should now. We're in enough trouble that we can't mess around. We're in a tight enough struggle that we can't mess around. So let's see how many pieces are in each of these puzzles. All right, starting with this star chart, which is the trident. Where is our trident here? Trident wants a whole bunch of letters and 2 cards. Okay. That's this one. 2 cards. Okay, now let's do this one here. This one feels like it's going to need a lot of cards. Let's find out. So 5 symbols and 2 puzzles and all towers uncovered. Huh. I don't like that it gives you those hints. Okay, but then our last puzzle is this one. 3 dials. That one seems like easier to do. How many cards do you need? All ground for color. I don't like this. I don't like when it tells us this. All ground for lower locations. 2 puzzle cards, ground for lower locations. I don't like that part when it's giving us more information than it needs to give us. Well, we have been to all ground floor locations. So this puzzle, if we could just find the other item, the other puzzle piece for it, we think we could do that. I have a theory. Is it this? Are these faces on the wall? Are these the hieroglyphic faces? If you find a totem, that would be another way we could get faces. But to me, that seems like the place we haven't been where we could get faces. Unless it's in the camera. Did I already ask Gilbert about the camera? If not, I'm going to do it now. I'm going to do it now in case I didn't, because maybe he can take film out of the camera. So I'm going to say combine cards. I think we probably already did this. 0, 3, 4, and 1, 6, 7. So I'm asking Gilbert about the camera. What do I do with this slot? Weird, he says. So if we can figure out a way to slot. The game also told us we should ask Gilbert about the towers like the game suggested. Thank you for reminding. Just thought of we were on the exact same page. I was thinking the exact same thing. It told us we should ask Gilbert about the map card, which is this card here. It wanted us to ask about the card to the map to the upper tower, which is here. So 074. See what he says about that. You hear a distant voice from the upper floor. The elements are all around us, and their current balance is crucial to our survival. This tower will allow you to take control and reshape this balance. So it's a little bit of a clue about why you might choose this as your special skill to end the game. And that's premature for us. Time for us to take a break. Getting quite compelling, the story now. It's really shifted into high gear in chapter 2. Okay, we're going to take a break, come back in 8 minutes, decide where to go. We're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're playing Escape Tales, Children of the Wyrmwoods. We're maybe in the final stretches of Chapter 2. It's been very engaging. The story is intriguing. You can see what's happened. We've gone from a linear one puzzle at a time to all of a sudden being confronted with tons of interacting pieces and puzzles and partially done stuff and mysteries. So, and perhaps most importantly, we've unlocked one of the doors to one of the towers to the top floor, and we've discovered how to end Chapter 2. We're going to end Chapter 2 by meeting the requirement and just choosing to move on, get to the top of the tower to get a superpower. And that's how we're going to end the chapter. But there's 3 towers that could potentially be where we finish the game with a different power. We've got the element tower, which we've unlocked. We don't have enough stamina to do it, but we could get it. We've got the time tower, the chrono tower, and we've got the mental tower. And we've got some partial puzzles. But we've only got 4 tokens left, which we just got by the skin of our teeth, 4 new ones, which we got from the stamina tower, which is our best skill. The other towers gave us less. The mental one, yes, okay, this is important. The mental tower gave us tokens according to our sanity, which is 5. Rounded in half. gave us 3. So when we broke open the door of the element tile, we got stamina, which gave us 4. So you might assume that if we get open to the mental tower, we'll get 3. The time tower... Did the time tower give us our spirit or half of our charisma? I can't remember now, but it doesn't give you much. I think that was the one that only gave us 2. Although I wish I could remember whether it was spirit or charisma. Does anyone remember what? Nothing, I think. Okay. So I believe here is the dilemma we're up against. It feels like that the game is saying it's not 100% clear whether we could get up to every tower if each of the towers or every tower if we wanted to. But whether we could get up to each of the towers or not, it's very likely that we'd have to pay a cost in resting and focusing if we wanted enough turns to get up to the top of all of the towers, which would negatively affect our ending. So essentially, we've got a tough decision on our hand. We may have our preferred our preferred tower to finish on, but in order to actually get ourselves up there, we might have to eat tons of focus and rest, which could give us a bad ending. Or we could go for the tower that is best suited for us, which may very well be the elemental tower, since that's our highest stat. Because our action tokens are limited, it really feels like a tough choice. Do we want to focus on the one tower that we know that we're best at and try to do it most efficiently and get off? Or do we want to try to pick a tower and go on that? Now, my other question to you is, this is what we have to do even if we wanted to get off on the elemental tower, which doesn't appeal to me hugely. We need 10 stamina. So how do we get more stamina? We have only ever done a focus and a rest action. We did a focus action. We did a rest action in chapter 1, which lost us a sanity. And you would imagine that if we did a focus action, we would lose stamina. So it would be very dangerous for us to take a focus action if we wanted to get off here. Now, of course, we don't know what the focus and rest cards have. It's possible that if we rest, we will get extra stamina. It hasn't happened to us before, but it's certainly possible. And then there was the note from Mora that says, note 1 of 3, find me after leaving the tower. I'm exactly between the 2 farthest totems in the indicated area after leaving the tower. So this is something for us to do after, but it does sound like we better find the rest of these before we leave the tower, or we won't know how to meet Mora. Time Tower gave us action tokens equal to our spirit, says Entina. Okay, so our spirit is only 2. So Time Tower gives us the least, but it would give us more tokens. So like we could try to open up these just to get more tokens, but it's a question of whether it would cost us more tokens than we get. Or do we just go for whatever we can get? This is a fascinating situation we're in, because instead of just asking which puzzles can we solve, we're now balancing the ability to solve puzzles with some very weird thinking about efficiency and where we should focus our efforts, and so many choices. I guess the question I have for you primarily at this point is, if we're right that each of these towers is going to be similar, that this one needs stamina, this one needs spirit maybe, and this one needs sanity, might we assume that we got this because of a choice we made, and that has basically locked us into this path of stamina? Like, because our values are so low and we didn't get bonuses here, those are never going to happen for us? And then my part B of that is, how do we get the last 2 points of stamina? What's your theory there? How are we going to get more stamina? Even if we decided we wanted to get out of the elemental tower, how would we get more stamina? Do you think we get it by completing puzzles on the top floor of this elemental tower? Look, this might be water, wind, and air. Like, fire got us up, or I guess this is kind of air too, but there's our water. There's our fire temperature or something. There's our air. But how are we going to get more stamina? Do you think it's just from focusing and resting? Do you think if we rest now, we'll actually get stamina? I don't think so. Last time we rested, we didn't get any stamina. We just lost sanity. But do we have anything else that would give us stamina? And Tina says, my guess is by resting, but it could be puzzles. Wow, that's tough. Okay, well, let's put this off for a second. Let's take a look at what we can do. So I have a theory that these might be the faces for this puzzle that we just need one more of. I'll note other reasons why this might be the case. It's on the same top level. It's gold and faces and faces. So we haven't been to either of these two places. But then there's the other theory that this star chart is related to this star chart. My problem is I'm not so keen on this tower. But if this is the way for us to get out, maybe we should focus on this tower. And then how do we answer this guy? And what do we put in here? Is this cave this cave? Like this is it traveling in time? And going to those two places, would that let us solve that time travel thing? Like this is the time travel thing? Hey, here's another connection. This form of interacting lines looks a little similar to this. Look at that. That's a space station. Wow, this is just overwhelming. If we think that we might get more tokens. If not, we could just rest and see what happens. You can't rest before we use up our tokens. We first have to use up all our tokens. Should we try to open the upper floors of the other towers? Yes. Okay, so the way we opened up this one is by doing something with this door. That used objects. So we've got a door here with faces and the cat. I don't remember what that door said, but we did get the... Oh, that was the faces door. And that was the camera. It wanted a slot. I'm going to try combining these two cards just to make sure, since I'm so... Like, now I feel like we can't afford any mistakes. Let me just see if you combine the door with the camera, since they are both in the same room. No. He wanted something to put into the camera. A slot. What do I do with the slot? He said. Is there anything that looks like... Remember, the chalice was only spotted with very careful looking at it. So is there anything hidden in these photos? This one has a light shining on it. In the sarcophagus. This one had photos and camera and cats and the deer. Is there any pattern to the deer? We've got a deer here. What's happening here? Got a deer here, then a deer here, and a deer here. 3 deers. This one we haven't been to. These objects we can't do, don't know what to do with. This is a choice we could make at any time if we knew how to make this choice. 2 W's or 2 T's. He's making a fire. W turns to B. Hmm. We asked Gilbert for a hint about that, and he said something. He said a weird phrase to us that looked like gibberish, but maybe it wasn't gibberish. Gilbert with that guy said Agu Abu Agu. So he went GBG. He changed the G to a B to a G is Gilbert's hint. This went from W to B to W. W to B to W. But then I don't understand what's happening here. I guess it's not W to B to W. More complicated than that. G, G, K. And this only has 3 letters, so that throws out my whole trying to find pattern. This is not a puzzle. Remember, there isn't a right or wrong answer. I'm not sure I 100% agree with that. You very well may be right. I agree it's not a puzzle. There's no pure right answer. You might be right. But there might also be some way to know what you're getting. All right, I'm going to make an executive decision to go here because it's the only pair of places we haven't been anywhere on. Everywhere else on the map, except for these new places, we've been. So I'm going to go here and see if the theory about faces is right. Okay, so that's 239. 239. And I'm going to have to put these off to the side to make space. Okay, 239. I'm finding this agonizing, these decisions, though. Okay, 239 says, this is so beautiful. Just look at its glow. Still, you're surprised by the flames foaming from the statue's head. You also notice there's a slot where an item could reasonably be placed. You just don't know what would be round and able to withstand this sort of heat. C91, that doesn't sound all that promising in terms of my theory of it being for faces. Ugh. So it's another item card, not a puzzle card. So beautiful, look at its glow. You're surprised by the flames pluming from the statue's head. So what they're calling statue is the sarcophagus on the ground. You notice there's an item, a slot where an item could be placed. You just don't know what would be round and able to withstand this sort of heat. What would be round and able to withstand that sort of heat? Where is the slot? Where's the slot? In its headdress? I don't see a slot. Do you? And what heat? Is the plume coming out of its head? So presumably a slot, although the stakes are so high now. I wish they wouldn't do things that don't match up when the image doesn't match the text. What is the slot that could withstand the heat? It says the flames pluming from the statue's head. There is a slot where an item could reasonably be placed. It mentioned slot. We also had a slot with the camera. But we need something round to put in there, huh? Well, I mean, if you were looking for something round, I mean, something that could withstand the fire, there is the fire room. Or this guy has got some round rocks in the fire. Maybe he will give us something round from the fire? What do you think? There seems to be something round in the bird cage. Is there? Let me see again. Oh, you might be right. You might be right. That does look like there might be something round in there. All right, let's go there. And because you've spotted that subtle detail, let's go there. But boy, this is scary. We're running out of actions. All right, we're going to have to take a rest or focus, so maybe we shouldn't spread it too much. Okay, 206. Wow, we have so many items. Okay, here's 206. Stay calm, says Mora. No harm will come to you if you're careful, she continues, but you're unable to find her. You look around nervously, stumble, and catch a strange bird cage with your shoulder. A fireball burns inside, but to get to it, you will first need to open the lock. Take card 35. Oh my god, it's a new puzzle. What on earth? A new puzzle? Okay, well, the only good news is I recognize those colors. They look like the colors from the kite. Don't they? These are sort of pastel. Maybe not. Maybe you only need this thing to do it. Maybe you only need one puzzle piece. Green, blue, pink. Green. I guess we're probably trying to cut a square hole here. So, but what would be the... Are we going to spell out a number here or something? Green, blue, pink. Let's see how many cards it takes. I agree with you because I have a guess that it's only going to take one card. I have a theory that this one's on its own, but let's see. So it wants 3 answers, and it needs 1 card, as expected. Okay. Okay. So we've got enough to solve this by itself. It wants 3 answers. Notice that this card is turned this way for some ungodly reason. So if you had to guess, you would guess that this is a symbol, this is a symbol, and this is a symbol. So what would this be? This could be something like a 7. You might be looking for an LED digit that's... Is it a sequence? So... like a blue, a green, a blue, and a pink. Try to find those that are connected. Or maybe you take out all the greens, all the blues, then the pinks. It's not clear. But let's see. Green, blue, pink. Green, blue, no pink. Where's a blue and a pink? Here. Green. Here. Green, blue, pink. There's our 7. Green, blue, pink. There's our 7. Next is green to pink to red. Okay, let's find it. Green to pink, red. There it is. That's a 5. Green, pink, red. That's our 5. Okay, next. Red, blue, blue, green. Red, blue, blue, green. With them we're stuck, okay. Red, blue, blue, no. Where's our other reds? Red, blue, blue. Red, blue, no. Red, blue, blue, no. Red, blue, blue. Red. Is it red, blue, blue, green? No. Red, blue, blue. Let me see if the chat is seeing this last one. At the right end is a 6. Let's see. At the right end, do we have red, blue, blue, green, blue, red? That's a 6. Okay. Good work. 7, 5, 6. Okay, we needed a puzzle to get us back on track here. Birdcage, good spotting of the silver thing in there. I don't know if a sphere is going to fit in a slot, but maybe that's just weird wording. All right, so we think we know how to solve this one. I think our answer is 7, 5, 6. No, we've never been wrong on an answer. Once we know it's right, it's right. 215. Put this aside. 215. I think that's the mark of a well-designed puzzle system. Okay. You pull the bars in the correct order and the cage opens with a metallic clang. The thought crosses your mind that it might be a terrible idea setting a fireball loose like this, yet you quickly realize that the strange orb is waiting for your commands. When you step away, it slowly follows you. You snicker silently, thinking that everybody gets the type of pet they deserve in the end. Discard 35, which was the cage, and take card 72. Our little pet orb. Okay. Well, I don't know how a pet orb is going to fall in a slot, but it certainly seems worth a try. So let us carry this orb into the room and try to put it in the sarcophagus statue. Yeah? These two things right here. Where's our thing? So we're going to try to combine these, yeah? Do you think? And Tina says, I don't want to lose the pet orb to the sarcophagus. Well, I'm not sure these go together, but they kind of, this described a slot, but I don't think that's quite right. It's not quite a slot, but they sure look like it fits. Don't think of it losing it. Think of it like we're returning this creature to where it wants to live. And then we'll come visit it. All right, here we go. We're going to try it. So we're going to combine cards. Should we ask Gilbert about it first? Let's tell Gilbert to take a look at this fireball. See if he gives it a name or something. I'm happy that it's following me. I would not be able to hold it in my hand. So it doesn't sound like we can put it there. Maybe we're just going to go visit that and see if it likes it. All right, so we're going to try to combine cards again. This time we're going to combine the fireball and see if it wants to live with the statue sarcophagus. Yep, it sure does. Good eye spotting that in the birdcage. Of course, I took us to the sarcophagus, but not on purpose. I thought I was doing something else. Okay, 220. All right, we're making progress, and we're not spending action tokens. I like that. The ball of fire gently lands on the sarcophagus. It opens, revealing its chilling contents. So the fireball went to live with the sarcophagus, and it's left the game. Now we take card 109. All right, what's it going to be? It's a new puzzle. A new puzzle. Oh my lord. A new puzzle with cipher secret text. That sure looks like it needs new pieces. Another puzzle piece. Let's go find out. Look at all these puzzles here. All right, so it's this one. It needs a 6-symbol answer. Not obvious why that would be. How many cards does it need? 2. Wow, that's tricky. That is not obvious at all. Why would it need 6? Whew, that's pretty compelling, but wow, that's the last thing we need is another puzzle, though. We've got 4 partial puzzles. That's really kind of stressful. Like, that's not what we want. We want to focus on one at a time for efficiency's sake. So just to do a little bit of recapping in terms of hints, this and this were unrelated. But it was related to the upper floor. But this was related to a totally different floor and tower. This was related all the way up here to this. So it doesn't seem like we can know which rooms are going to be related to which puzzles. So we've got 4 puzzles. Let's look at our items again. We may have to do this guy's thing and take a guess at it. We've got 4 items. This one we have no idea what to do with. This one says it's got a slot in it. I think a slot for a piece of photographic film. I'm just gonna see. You don't think we can, I don't think we can use this. I think it means putting something in the slot, but I'm just gonna see if we can take a picture of this guy. I don't think it's gonna let me do this. Not working. Let me remind you, this is a little confusing, but let me remind you of something. So here are our items, right? Here are our items. And here are puzzle cards. The game says some puzzle cards are also items. I think it said you can tell by their background, which is a weird thing to say. But I think that's important for you to remember, because it could be that we have to we've not had it yet, but you could imagine that we have to combine cards with yeah, just look at this. I just want to remind us of this in case there's some subtlety here. One card may belong to several card types. An item card may also be a puzzle card or a modifier card. In such case, the card possesses all of the features of its type. And then there's this that I don't understand, this part. Recognizable by their backgrounds. What does that mean? How are we supposed to recognize these by their backgrounds as being items? There's nothing different about their backgrounds compared to any other backgrounds of any other puzzle. So I don't understand that. Let's see what the chat says. There are 2 orbs in the room already. You're talking about the sarcophagus room still. Okay. So what do you guys want to do next? We've got 2 more free actions. We could go to a place. We could do this guy's thing. If you wanted to hope that there was some reason to pick one of these, then these would be the places that it seems like it would be most likely to be, right? Because this feels like here he is here. We haven't been to his cave even. So this cave and this seem interesting to me. But I guess we should go to his cave. Or we could go check out the doors. All right, let me see what the chat says. I don't see Antina's comment on my chat, but I do see it on the other screen. Antina says, possible logical next moves. Door for upstairs at the middle tower, next to the sarcophagus. Choose one of the answers for the cavemen or go to the planet case. Okay, so let me just add one to that. So here are the choices I see. Go to this to see if we can get a clue about how to get upstairs, and it might be related to something else. Go to this planetary case, which might be related to this one. Choose this guy's thing, or go into his cave, and maybe we'll get an insight into how to answer him here. We have two. You could also logically try to think, where would we find... You know, this guy wants fire. I'm just going to try combining and giving him this blue goblet of fire. Just because I'm desperate. You want the fire? No. Well... All right, I'm going to make a decision to do the thing that no one has suggested and go into his cave. I just feel like I got to know what's in that cave. So I'm going in the cave 268. I may live to regret it. Once inside the cave, you hear a woman's voice. It's time for you to learn the history of your kind, Gilbert. At one point in time, people communicated using drawings depicting their whole lives on rock and stone. Animals accompanied their everyday rituals. However, it is not the past, but the future that is important now. What will your future be like, Gilbert? The voice trails away and your eyes turn to wall paintings. Take card 88. This better not be a new puzzle. Better not be a new puzzle. It's not a new puzzle. It's this. Okay, first of all, this is amazing that we're looking at a caveman drawing and how that was told to us. What's the most famous cave that's been discovered? I believe it's in France. The Chevalier Cave, which has got some of the oldest, most beautiful prehistoric cave drawings of animal hunting known to man. Does anyone know that cave, the name of that? And if I'm right, is it in France? Is it it's like Chevalier? I remember that it was one of the first sites on the early internet. All right, let's see what we got here. So we're looking for 3 digits. Happy, sad, angry. Let's see what we got here. Well, happy. This looks like sad. They're burning a corpse, mourning it, mourning the death. This looks like, I don't know, what do you call that? Angry? I mean, they're hunting for fish. What's this? And how would we turn these into numbers? Let's have Gilbert look at this. Maybe it's positional. Let's have Gilbert look at this, though. C88. Okay, Gilbert, it's your time to shine. You're going to notice something. 034 and 088. I'm jealous. They had so many animals back then, and we have only worm vines. All right, well, that was not helpful, but let me look at this puzzle and see what the form of the answer is. I think we just know it's 3 digits. Yeah, it doesn't help us. All right, well, this is an intriguing thing. Okay, what have we got here? Is it that we have 2 lines? 3 lines? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines? Is it... So if this was happy, you would get a number out of this. What would that number be? There's so many different ways you could get a number. Is it 2 people? Is it that it's in the lower right quadrant? Can't be that. It can't be the number of people. That's too ambiguous. But I don't know. Is this 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. So is happy 1, 2? Are we not counting this snake? And then is sad 1, 2, 3, 4. And then what is this? Is this angry? 1, 2, 3? Let's see what the chat thinks. A scout cave. There is a board game with the same name. We have fish in one of the lower towers. The other one has a gun. We have snakes and cats at the tower. Was this the one that gave us a hint? No, but it did say we need ground floor locations. Why would this need ground floor locations? Look at the hint for this one. Not the hint, but what do we need to solve this? 2 puzzle cards and all ground floor lower locations. What nonsense is that? Why would we need these lower locations for this puzzle? We do have fish here, deer here. How does that help us? Okay, well, they're hunting a deer. Boy, that's weird. Let me just move this up here. Why would we need the lower room locations? How could we possibly use that? Let me just clear the way here. Boy, that's weird. I mean, I do see a bird here. We do see a deer, sort of, here. And a fish here. And a fish here. That's weird. Yeah, how many animals of every type? Okay, I see. I think you're on to something. So what you're saying is that happy is this one, right? And you're saying what's the animal in each scene? This has a snake. This has a dog, a cat, snake, and then sad has a cat. And what are we calling angry? This one, the deer, is the angry one. So the question is, for happy, we're looking at snake, and then we have to figure out what number to assign to snake by looking at how many pictures there are of it. And then cat, how many cats there are. And then angry, how many deer there are. So if we tried that, and this, I'm not thrilled with this, but let's see. I mean, okay, there's one snake there. Any snakes in this one? No. Any snakes in this one? No. So we think the answer to that one might be one snake. Do pictures of snakes count? And then if you go here, so that would be happy is snake. Happy is snake. That seems right. And then I think we have one snake. Although why should we just be looking on the lower floor? That just feels artificial. Okay, but then sad is the next one, and that's got a cat. All right. So should we only be looking on ground floors? So that's one cat there, and then one cat there, and then no cats there. So sad is cat, which is 2. And then angry has got to be this one. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why this is. They're cooking food. They're cooking food. They're not angry. Okay, so here is angry, although that might be joyous hunting, but okay, deer. So how many deers on the ground floor? Why we would have to know it's ground floor? So do we count the photos of deer? And if so, is it 1 here? And this photo here? And then 2 here? And then none here? Boy, that is, if this is right, this is one of the worst puzzles in this entire set, entire box. Oh, all 3 floors. Let me see. Okay, so I'm going to say angry is the deer. All right, so +1 deer, +1 snake. All right, so +1 deer. We're saying there's 2 deers. Okay, +1. Okay, and then here, where are my cubes? Here, any snakes? Don't think so. No animals here. What about here? No animals. What about here? No animals. Here we have 2 cats. Is that what we believe? That they're both? No, there's a deer there. Okay, so +1 deer and +1 cat. So I get a total of 2 snakes, 3 cats, and 4 deer. Is there any other snakes I've missed? Two snakes, one here, one on the ground here. That's it. Feels very like a real miss in terms of a puzzle. Did I miss this cat? One cat. Is there a photo of a cat? One cat. Two cat. One cat. Guess I didn't miss any. Go for it. We'll check more carefully if it's wrong. Okay, so I have 2, 3, and 4. All right. This will be our first time we'll get a puzzle wrong. It would be very easy for me to overlook something. 1, 2, okay, let's try it. 2, 3, 4. Well, we got it right. That was a real missed opportunity for a beautiful puzzle. I mean, this was a beautifully thematic thing. Why they didn't make it so you just count the number of animals and make different number of animals in each thing. But the idea to tie it to the floors, which you would never in a million years think of on your own. And it's only because the app told us we needed these cards to solve it that we even considered it. That really rubs me the wrong way. All right, but we did solve it. Okay, 214. Let's make a note. I don't know. What do you guys say? Do you agree with me? Nicholas seems like he agrees with me. These are the worst puzzles because you can easily miss one item and there's no way to know you're wrong. That's right. So if you missed one snake in some photo, you'd not have no idea what part you got wrong. That's another problem with it. Okay, so 214 we're supposed to read. But I think the thing to do is to take a break here. We're going to take our 8-minute break. And I think we should decide whether we want to pause here. We could keep going, but if we're not going to finish chapter 2, and given that we haven't even opened these up, feels like we might not. And maybe this is a good time to break, especially given the fact that well, I see a little bit. I looked into a little bit. It seems like it could be important. Well, let's take our 8-minute break. We'll decide what to do when we come back. Okay, it's 4 a.m. here, and we're going to stop. We've played for 5 hours. This is about the place where yesterday I went on tilt, and I don't want that to happen here. We've been having fun. We got a puzzle that really let us down, although we solved it fairly quickly with the help of the group and a little hint on the app. Not an official hint, but a suggestion. We've solved this puzzle. We're told to read a paragraph. I'm not going to read that paragraph. We'll read that paragraph at the start of our next session. I will save the condition. We've got a ton of stuff in front of us. One action remaining. Just a ton of stuff missing. A ton of puzzles that we haven't done. Items we haven't used. This weird choice we haven't made. A very tough decision about what tower to go through. An open question about how to get stamina. An open question about how to unlock these. An open question about how to find the other notes from Mora. Tons of open questions. And some real agonizing choices, and probably a need to rest or focus soon. So we're going to stop here. No point in talking about the game. We'll talk about it when we finish chapter 2. So I'm inclined to play the next session tomorrow night at the same time, 11 p.m. Sunday evening. I see we've got Glenn C. has joined us in the chat, but also the normal top puzzle detectives and Tina and Nicola. The two N's are very good at these puzzle games. So what we'll do is I'm going to schedule it for tomorrow at 11 p.m. But you guys let me know if you can't make it tomorrow 11 and you do want to. You want to see this game through to the end. If that's the case, if N1 or N2 can't make it tomorrow, then I'd be inclined to reschedule it for another day, Monday or Tuesday. But hopefully tomorrow. We'll end it here. And then in 11 hours from now, this is another reason we're stopping now, because in 11 hours, we've got our 3 p.m. Dear Homes session. So I'd like to get a little bit of sleep before that. But this is very engaging. I've had a lot more fun with Chapter 2 than Chapter 1. I liked Chapter 1 a lot. This is really ramping up. All right, so we're going to say good evening, good morning. I'll see you all for the 3 p.m. session of Dear Homes. Those of you who are joining me. The rest of you, we're going to go back into this Tower Out of Time. It's a very intriguing little world, magic world, where there's time travel going on, magicians that are able to manipulate time. Very intriguing. Okay, I'll see you guys in a few hours, and then later tonight we'll wrap this up.